Good morning, good morning. We are going live in 5 minutes. We're starting in 5 minutes. Good morning. Vibe Coder Conference is going live in 5 minutes. Hang tight. We are prepping up. We're bringing an amazing conference to you today, next 2 days.
Colors glow. Feel the rhythm, let it flow. Yeah. Heartbeat racing, can't say no. Move your body, take it slow. Take it slow. Hands up high, we're touching skies. Can't stop now. It's do or die. Feel the beat, feel the beat. Oh, on repeat, on repeat. Don't let go, dance all night, move your feet. Ooh yeah, feel the beat, feel the beat. Let it show. Bass is booming, hearts collide, spinning fast, enjoy the ride. Whoa, sweat is dripping, time stands still, lose control, just feel the thrill. High, we're touching skies, can't stop now. It's do or die. Feel the beat, feel the beat. Oh, on repeat, don't let go, dance all night, move your feet. Ooh yeah, feel the beat, feel the beat.
Good morning. Good evening, good afternoon, depends on where you're joining us. Welcome, everyone. Welcome to the Vibe Coder Conference. This is first conference of its own kind, focusing on vibe coding. This is exciting. Today, it's going to be exciting day. Let me share the website on the side for a second. And then everyone, welcome to the Vibe Coder Conference. Again, my name is Mahesh Chand. I'm your host. For next 3 days, you are going to be hanging out with me and learning a lot of vibe coding. If you know Vibe coding is. That's great. If you don't know, that's what you will learn. And you will learn also how the next generation of builders is going to build products, software products using AI. I have a bunch of people with me here helping me in the studio. So we are a team, and I will also introduce them one by one from time to time. We have exciting lineup today. Let me quick share the website. As you can see here, the website is vibecoderconference.com. If you forget, just note this down, vibecoderconference.com. And you can see all the details about the conference. You can see speakers, agenda, and other things here. Let's look at the 3-day agenda. We have this conference today, tomorrow, and day after, 3 days. We have amazing people, amazing speakers. These speakers are the one that are building using AI almost every day. So we got Brian from Replay AI. He's the CEO of Replay AI, IO. We have Ritesh Modi, and we have Jeff from Microsoft. We have John Godel, Rohit, Rodrigo, Mike Carter. You see all these Stephen Gray from the code registry, amazing people. And we have our next speaker already, Bharat. He's from IBM India. So yes, a great lineup coming up. We have Tom Daly again from Replay. So yes, so it's conference, as you can see from agenda. I'm looking here. Day one is starting at 7:15 right now. Our first session is Cloud Plays Worth Stealing. So that's the next session coming up at 7:30 in 6 minutes from now on. Before that, let's quickly talk about a couple of the companies. We have Replay.io. Replay.io is sponsoring our conference. We also have Sharp Economy. We will talk about these sponsors as well. And we have C Sharp Corner. C Sharp Corner, if you don't know, check it out. If first time, C Sharp Corner is one of the independent software communities left around the world. Almost every community is sold or bought by large corporation. We are still hanging in there. Um, Again, let your questions keep coming between these sessions. We are going to talk about questions. We will take your questions. Where is live from, Pawan? This is live from US and India. We have few people joining us, and our team is from India, but I'm here in the US, outside of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. It's a beautiful day. I think it's going to be around 85 degrees. This is the best time to be here in East Coast. Please do drop your country where you're joining us from. As I said, I'm Mahesh Chand. I'm founder of C Sharp Corner. Vibe Coder Conference is a conference brought to you by C Sharp Corner, C Sharp Corner community. So all we do is throughout our C Sharp Corner launch in year 2000. It's been 26 years. We have been educating developers on these new emerging tech. That's what C Sharp Corner is focused on. Bringing new things, latest and greatest thing for developers where they can learn and share and build. If you have again any questions, please do share. We like questions between every session. We are going to take some questions and I will answer your questions. I'll have co-host also here, Rohit. He will be joining me from in and out. Hey Rohit, how are you? Good morning.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everyone joining around the world. It's great to back with a new Vibe Coding conference. So, all the Vibe coders, hello from a fellow Vibe coder. And Mahesh is also a Vibe coder nowadays. Like, we all are becoming Vibe coders, and becoming a Vibe coder has now become a very integral part of our life. Everyone wants fast. Everyone wants to go to the real development part.
Indeed, indeed. Vibe coding is a part of our everyday life now. AI is our lives now, right? If you look at anything, everything is AI. So if you are a software developer or even a builder or an entrepreneur, startup founder, anybody who has software product in mind, want to build software, if you're not using AI to full strength, full capacity, you are missing out. AI can do wonders now, especially tools like Claude, even Copilot, ChatGPT, all of these cursors. Some tools are designed for certain different things. But yeah, these days you can launch your own company in few days. At least the product. Few days. You can have MVP going live in few days. And that's this conference is all about, WAPCO. You will learn different speakers going to talk about different topics, but in between, me and you, and I'm going to talk about showing also what can you do in few days. If you have an idea and you have few tokens, you can go how do you go and build launch your product. And then we will be taking all your questions in between.
Yeah.
The agenda is live, so everyone, if you're curious about what are we going to talk about, okay, welcome. Muhammad is joining from Saudi Arabia. That's great. I think we have Pawan joining, Venkatesh joining from Bangalore, right? We have Venkatesh joining from Bangalore. Pawan is joining. Guys, tell us where you're joining us from. Delhi, India. Rohit is from Delhi, India. I'm here in Philadelphia. We have bunch of people already joined. Looks like good. There's good demand. Hyderabad. Good Sagar from Hyderabad. 4,000 people watching it already live. This is great. Amazing show. It's going to be insane. So let's bring our first speaker in the studio today. So today we are going to start our first show with Bharat. Bharat, morning. How are you?
Yeah, yeah, I'm all good. So,
Yeah.
good
You
morning,
call
good
it Bharat
afternoon,
or
good evening,
Bharat?
everyone. Bharat, it's Bharat.
Bharat. Okay. All right. Welcome to the Vibe Coder Conference studio.
Yeah,
Um,
thank you.
and I think you have first session, which is on cloud.
Correct.
Yeah. You want to talk a little bit about yourself, and then we
Sure.
will, your session will be on the way.
Yeah, sure. So, I just want to present a PDF also that I have created for all of you. Wait.
All right. While we are setting up our PDFs, I like to, it's a little early here in the US. I want to get the beat going so I can wake up. And you PDF.
Lights are
So,
flashing, colors glow.
All right. Looks like your PDF is in.
correct. Yeah,
Okay.
so thank you for being here, and thank you to the organizers of Vibe Coders Conference for having me. My name is Bharat Dikshit, and I'm a software developer and software architect. I'm a mobile and web app architect at IBM, and where I design and ship production system for regulated industry. And I have worked with fintech industry. I have worked with health tech industry, and I'm also a CTO at Vigorous.io, where we run an AI powered health tech platform that live across more than 200 hospitals in India as of now, and that is already deployed in UAE and France as well. Okay, so I'm not here to sell you anything today. So I spend my actual working hours inside these tools, building real things, hitting real walls, and finding workarounds. So sometimes at 2 in the morning, when a client demo is the next day. So what I want to hand you in the next 30 minutes is a field guide. There will be 12 concepts that I will talk about. So practically, place that I would personally found valuable, and that you can walk out. You can walk out of this room and try this afternoon definitely. So none of these are theoretical. Every single one will be something different, and hope you will find this particular things useful. So why this talk exists actually? So let's start with a confession. Like most people in this room, and I mean this kindly because I used to be one of them. So I think we all are still using AI chat the way that use a slight smarter Google search, just like a smart Google search. We are using AI, most of the people in the room. So where you type something in, you get a reply back, and then you go to copy that reply somewhere else, and then and carry on with your day. Okay, so I just want a little bit of interaction as well. So quick show of hands, how many of you have used an AI tool today before walking into this room? I'm not sure where I can see hands or something like that. Okay, let's go ahead. So that's not wrong exactly. It just leaving amount all of the values on this table. So it's a bit like buying a smartphone and only you are using that smartphone for phone calls. So the real shift is to how we can actually use these 12, you can say, these 12 cloud-based skills that will make your day definitely, and you can use these particular things in day-to-day life. So first we will talk about build website without coding. Okay, build website without writing a line of code is the agenda of this first, you can say, topic. So I can briefly explain. Maybe it will be helpful for you as well. So here, how it actually works. So a landing page, if you want to build a landing page or any internal tool, a small dashboard, you just need to write in a plain text language, and cloud a code. What it will do, it will turn into a real, you can say, demo or MVP, or you can say any particular thing you want to make, like website or mobile app. So you can connect it to GitHub repository, and then definitely you can deploy also with the help of, like, there are lots of free tools or paid tools, so you can use according to your need. So that's how you can use this particular, you can say, cloud a code to build website without coding. Like, we are already in Vibe Coder conference, so most of us are already using this particular thing. Okay, so that's the thing that I want to display. That's the first thing that Cloud is doing, building website without coding. So next thing is, uh, like, Cloud use your computer. Okay, so it's a little bit, while first you see it. So like, if you want to, if you want Claudia to use your computer, if you are not on your desk, then what will happen? So this is called computer use, and it means Claudia can click, type, and navigate your desktop app directly, not just through and clean API integration, but the way a person would moving the mouse, or you can say opening windows, filling in fields. These kind of things you can do with the help of cloud. So why does that matter? Because half the tools any of us use at work were built before API were even a consideration. So it's not like we have created a API and we are just doing with the help of API these particular things. Okay, so an old internal dashboard, a legacy ERP screen, I think you can take that example. That one tool helped together by duct tape, that the original engineer left behind back in 2019 maybe, and computer use let Cloud operate those tools anyway as of now. So with the help of Cloud, you can actually control, or you can actually run this particular, you can say, desktop and systems. So this is very helpful tool, so that you can also use in daily day-to-day life. Sometimes you are away from your desk and you just want to do some random things, then you can definitely give a try for this Cloud functionality. That definitely it can help you. Okay, so third one is create skills with slash commands. Okay, so turning a repeatable workflow into a skill, that what this particular Cloud Day will do for you. So think about the prompt you find yourself like retyping every single week, a code review checklist, a specific format for release notes, a particular tone for customer emails. So instead of retyping that long, So careful, prompt every time you teach it once, and you just need to teach it once and give it a name and a form. Then you just type a slash command. So that's how you can do something like slash or release. You can just say release notes and it fires automatically every time the same way that you have inputted. Okay, and here is the part that matters for teams. Definitely, you can share that skill. Now, everyone on your team is running the same playbook instead of five slightly different version of the same idea. Okay, so that's not just a convenience, that's how you standardize quality across a whole team, not just for yourself. So this thing also you can do with the help of just slash commands. So I just want to like give a try, and definitely in day to day, like for me, I'm leading a engineering team of 16 to 17 engineers in IBM. So daily to day, there are lots of things that I'm using with the help of slash command. The fourth one, I just want to play the fourth one. So going from generate slides from research. Okay, so going from a single prompt to a research backed slide deck, you actually hand cloud a topic, it researches it, structure a brief, and draft the narrative arc, the actual story the deck should tell, not just the pile of bullet points. It will pair with a like slide generation tool, and you walk away with a polished first draft. So you just need to, what you just need to do, you will give this particular thing to cloud, and cloud will do all your research and will definitely, it will provide the you can say polished draft that you definitely want. Okay, so now I will be honest with you. So I would not hand this my highest stake investor pitch and call it done. But for the like unglamorous decks, I'm like day to day activity, I'm using this particular functionality from the cloud. That's why I've just included in slide. Like maybe it will be very helpful for you as well. Okay, so next is automate scheduled tasks. So uh, sometimes, like if you only remember one thing from this talk, I would want to this one schedule task. So you can set up a recurring work, like if there is a particular recurring work in day to day life that you mostly do. So in daily briefing, you like a daily briefing or a weekly report you need to make. So that's a recurring task that you need to do, like on or you can say ongoing computer research. And so what you need to do, you just need to schedule it and just done. You can do, the cloud will uh, take all the headache and it will complete all these tasks. So it keeps access to your connected tools, your skills, your plugins every single time it runs. You define the cadence once, and cloud will work while you are in your next meeting. Like I have a next meeting around, like I'm in, as of now I'm in this meeting and I just need to do my work, then definitely I don't need to take any headache, and cloud is already doing my all of the work. So here is the workflow I actually run every Monday morning before I've even had a coffee. It's already pulled together a summary of overnight Slack mention, or if anyone has mentioned me on Slack, or flagged emails that need a response, and listed what's on my calendar that needs preparation. So I didn't have to ask for any of that on Monday morning. I asked for it once, like weeks ago, and it's been running quietly in the background every time since that particular day. So if you do nothing else after this talk, set up one scheduled task tonight, a morning briefing pulling from your email, and your calendar takes about 5 minutes to configure. And definitely, it is generally the first moment where the tools feel like it's working for you, not just answering you. So don't need to use cloud is just like a chat app. So you are just typing something and it's replying. So these are the worth, you can say, task then you can do in day to day life. So moving on to the next task that you can do with the help of cloud is create Excel files from prompts. So that is very useful actually in day to day life for managerial roles. If I'm a developer, so maybe I don't need this, but sometimes when creating list of bugs, or in like most of the times in office, we need this particular thing. So the keyword is here is real. You describe the spreadsheet you need, and what comes back has working formulas in it, and not a flat table of numbers you have to rebuild by hand. So it can put together financial models, dashboard, and full analysis from a single prompt, including native operation like pivot tables and conditional formatting. So I have watched a finance colleague describe a multi-tab budget model with over, I think, with month over month variance built in, and get back something they could open immediately and start adjusting assumptions on, not a static export. They had to think about how much of a typical analysis weeks goes into rebuilding the same skeleton model with new numbers over and over. So for anyone in finance or operation in this room, I would put this near the top of the list for immediate practical, you can say, payoff. You are not getting a picture of a spreadsheet, you are getting the spreadsheet. So it will not only like, maybe you are thinking it will, like, I have used this particular functionality in most of my meetings, like for different kind of work in like in most of the projects. So from last, I think, 3 to 4 years, I'm using AI, but from last 1 year, I'm using this cloud AI, and like it's changed everything for me. Now I don't need to spend a lot of hours, a lot of days to complete any work. I'm just using cloud AI to into my day-to-day activities. So next is connect to your existing tools. So connectors plug Cloudy directly into the tools your team already runs on. Like you are using, maybe you are using Slack, Gmail, Google Drive, Notion, and dozens more, definitely. So Cloud can read, write, and act inside them directly. Maybe most of us are already using this feature, but who are not using, definitely this is definitely giving a worth. Like you can just start working on this today because it's very useful feature. So you stop copying paste context back and forth between 5 different browser tabs, and think of a connector as the plumbing underneath everything else in this talk. The scheduled morning briefing, the co-worker teammate pulling files from a folder, none of that works without these layer in place first. So my honest advice, don't connect everything at once. Pick the one tool you copy paste from the most today. For most people, that's email or Slack maybe, because email and Slack most of the people are using in day-to-day life, and in company also there are lots of channels that you have created. You definitely connect just that once, and live with it for a full week before you add a second. So that's a very useful feature. You can just give it a try. Definitely it's worth it. So next is use Cowork as an AI teammate. Okay, so what is this? So you point cloud a folder, you it reads the file inside, ask you the clarifying question it actually need answered, and gets to work. What comes back is a real polished deliverable, a Word document, an Excel file, a PowerPoint deck, not a rough draft you still have to rebuild from the scratch. So whatever I'm showing you, definitely by end of this session you can ask multiple questions, so I will answer you all. I just want to cover all these in, because there are 12 points, there are 12 very important things that every developer should need to know about this. That's why I'm just briefing all these points, and next in last 5 to 10 minutes definitely you can ask your questions, and definitely it will help you. So the mental shift that made this click for me, like what I was doing, so I was just having a Word document, an Excel file, a PowerPoint. So the mental shift that made this deck for me is stop picturing a chat window and start picturing a junior team member. You can hand a folder and goal to, you just walk away, it works, and it messages you when the result is ready. So that's it. That what you need to do. I have handed it a folder full of scattered meeting, you can meeting notes and old specs, and ask for a single clean requirement document out the other hand, and gone. and done something else entirely for 20 minutes while it worked through that. That's a fundamentally different relationship with the tool than typing one question and waiting for one answer. So definitely give it a try. It's a very good tool, Cloud. And there are four remaining things that is for developers, actually most of the developers. So ninth one is run projects with memory. Okay, so what happened last week actually? Project is a persistent workspace, so it owns files, it owns standing instructions. So what happened? It owns memory also. So when you say build an last week report, it actually knows what that means instead of you re-explaining the entire context from zero again for the fifth time this month. So this is the single biggest relief for anyone doing recurring or long running work. So it's a very good thing. So like the newsletter that comes out every week, the client report that follows the same shape every month, continue where we left off, finally means something literal instead of being a polite fiction you have to work around. So definitely I would encourage you to think of a project less like a chat history and more like a department. So one project for client deliverable, and separate one for your own internal content, a separate one again for research. Definitely, each one builds up its own context over the time, the same way a real team builds up shared institutional knowledge, you can say. So for developers, like it's just like a very good thing. Previously developers spend a week for these particular tasks, so now you can do in a few minutes, or you can say in an hour. So next one is install plugins for your role. Okay, so definitely if you want to use any plugin into your project, so it's mostly related to developers. So maybe if you are not a developer, maybe it's not useful for you. But definitely if you want to be a developer, or you want to be a good developer and just want to save a lot of time developing any product, or you are a entrepreneur, definitely you want to vibe code, and definitely it matters a lot for you as well. Okay, so install, so that what I was talking about, I was talking about install plugin for your role. So I think of as a starter kit for a specific job. So a plugin bundles a skill connector, a sub agent into a single install built around a, you can say, role, sales, marketing, legal, finance, data. Instead of building legal review workflow from absolute zero, you install a legal plugin, and you have got contract track running on day one. Like whatever you want to do, just need to install that plugin, and just like you are good to go. So if you are trying to get a whole team to a useful baseline fast, rather than waiting for everyone to individual figure out their own setup, this is the shortcut. It's the difference between handling a new hire a blank laptop versus handling them one that's already configured for the job. Like you are already doing that particular thing with the help of only one plugin that you want to do. Okay, so I hope you understood this as well. So if you want to do a specific task or anything, then definitely you can do with the help of just installing that plugin, and you are ready to go for that particular task. Okay, and one more thing. So for, like, this is the very useful feature of cloud. So let's cloud prompt you. So most of the time what we are doing, uh, like we have, like if I'm making a resume for myself, so I'm very like, how can I prompt to that cloud? That's a question always in my mind. So letting cloud prompt you instead of the other way around, rather than starting a blank box trying to phrase the perfect request, cloud can ask you two or three quick clarification question, maybe like if you are making a resume, so definitely it will ask some questions according to your profile. So maybe it can be related to your past experience or your skills. So that kind of question it will ask you, and it will create a like particular prompt that you want to make a, like you want to use to make that particular resume. Rather than starting a blank box trying to phrase the perfect request, Cloud can ask you two or three quick clarification questions. Okay, and like clickable, it will be clickable option. You just need to click the best one and it's just completed. So it sounds like a small thing, but it removes the single biggest place of friction for anyone new to these tools, because we don't know what prompt I need to write to like complete that particular task, or you need to install a plugin. How can I do that? So definitely, so that definitely, yeah, Rohit, I always let Cloud ask me. Yeah. So for prompt, definitely it's a very worth knowing how can we use that Cloud. Like you don't need to give the prompt to Cloud. Cloud will prompt you. So that's a very good, you can say, tool for Cloud that you can use in day to day life. I think the last one is design anything with Cloud Design. So I think most of the developers not use this tool, Cloud Design, because entrepreneur also. So we are using Google Stitching. Maybe some of may using previously. What we are using, we are using Figma, and there are other tools that we are already working on. So now there is a Cloud Design also. So what Cloud Design is doing, if you want to create a landing page, a pitch deck, a prototype, or you just need to type in a plain text language, and it will build everything live visually in front of you, not a wall of text describing what it would look like, the actual thing. So when you are ready, you export it, and you can just go to the Canva, and you just want to refine it visually, you can refine. Definitely you need to do some iterations, but definitely it's a worth trying. Like if you are ready, and you can just worth trying this particular tool, and you can just, if you want to design something like mostly what I'm using for, if I need to design a website or mobile app, and I'm in hurry, or I just want to like prepare a prototype, that's where I'm using this particular functionality of Cloud. Okay, so these are the things that I just want to share in this particular session. So I think I've taken a lot of time, but I think it's worth it, because I explained a very useful, you can say, 12 features that Cloud can do and you can use in daily to day life. And thank you all for your time, attention this morning. I would love to open it for any question.
Hey Bharat, great session. I loved it. I loved it. Claude has done amazing work. I mean, even if you don't have Claude, some developers don't have Claude. Some people may not have Claude, paid version of Claude. I'm sure they can use other tools too, right?
Yes, yes, yes. There are a lot many other tools. So those tools are specific to every problems. So these are specific, like Google Stitch I have talked about. So if you are using Google Stitch, so what it's doing, if you want to create like a Figma design, or you can say you want to create a design, UI design of particular app and website, you can just give the prompt and it will create for you. And for, I think, one of the project I have already done that Google Stitching. I've used that Google Stitching previously, and now I'm using clouded design feature also. So there are different tools you can use in daily to daily life for particular that particular feature.
Yeah, so I think in coming time, what will happen is almost every AI tool, doesn't matter if it's a Copilot, doesn't matter if it, Google's Gemini or all these, even these tools will have embedded all these features. I have, and it's just matter of sticking. I think Claude is the one that's right now is leading the way. I use Claude
Correct.
Design almost every week. Every time I start a new product I'm building, I start with Claude Design these days. Right before I want to see how it looks, how users will. I can create my flow. I can create and click around it, build my POC MVP just without the code. It has helped a lot, sure, big time. And now, question. I will take few questions from our audience here. Let me go to the comments. But before that, I have one more question, right? So let's say you want to have this your summary of your day in the briefing, in the morning briefing, right? You have to integrate with Slack, integrate with your teams probably, because we use a team a lot. emails, as you said.
Correct.
Now, what are the security concerns? That means Claude has to read my all my emails.
Yeah, as of now, like if you will go, like, if you will install the Slack application, it will give you some prompts. Like if you have any, there are some security features that you can handle. Like there is a setting section in which you can handle your security things. Like if you, I will not suggest you will upload any personal or any particular banking information. You should provide to the cloud or any AI tools as of now, because it does not have that security. So it can share your knowledge to everyone. Like if you have a business idea, so if you will talk about that business idea to cloud, and definitely it will do some research. But if you will provide a context, like it's a very secure business idea, I don't like I don't want to share this particular idea to anyone, definitely it will also take care of that particular thing also as of now. But if you will not tell, that's the problem. If you will not tell,
Yeah.
that's a public thing for cloud.
Yeah. So there's one question I have is, yeah, I can say live example right now in this session, but yeah, it's hard to show. The session is almost, we have limited time.
Yeah,
Let's
I
take
can
more
give you one
questions.
example.
Yeah.
I can give
Yeah.
you one example. Like I was exploring some healthcare things recently going on. So like I'm already creating a SWASTEX, that is preventive healthcare system. So there are some features that I just asked to cloud just to verify, like if any other user will ask the same question, will it be able to answer. So what I found, like I have given few hints, and you can say few keywords to that cloud, like we can implement these particular things. So random keywords, it was not related to health tech, but it's related to IoT things. So like I have, after half an hour, I have just asked to my friend, just research or just ask the same question to cloud, and let's see what how it will react. So it have given that particular, like what I have suggested to cloud, it given exactly those particular feature things, IoT related things, and connected to that healthcare system that I have already asked to clouds. So yeah, definitely it's gathering
So
all the data. If you will not,
yeah, it could be a little bit tricky. You have to be careful. That's the concern, especially if you're working in
yeah,
healthcare
correct,
systems. Yeah,
correct,
and
correct.
it's your client's data, and you're working from, yeah, contractors. So let's take some few more questions. We have 2 more minutes. Let's put another question, guys. When creating a scale for coding task, can we provide code snippet and test for the agents to follow in Cloud Code? I'm sure you
Yeah,
can. Say, yeah,
yeah, definitely you can, but it's your, like I'm in IBM, so I can't do that because it's against my guidelines. So I can't
yeah,
provide a coding, you can say code snip to Cloud A. So
yeah.
that's actually in, you can say, in our guidelines. So if your client is aligned, definitely you can do. So that depends
Yeah,
upon.
for this, yeah, I think for this, if you are using Copilot in your Visual Studio or whatever tool you use,
Yeah, yeah, that's
it
what you
can
can
learn
use.
from your project and will keep the context to local. It's not going to share in two LLMs, right? That's probably better way to do it. Yeah. Okay, that's great. Take one more question quickly. There's a lot of questions coming up. Uh, all right, put up one more question quickly, Rohit.
You also can like connect with me on LinkedIn also if you have any doubt after this session also. Definitely I am always happy to help everyone.
It would be great if we can get these points after the conference. Yeah, there's this whole session is recorded. It's available. Maybe we should have an agent that can summarize the whole conference, guys, to be and send everybody who's registered,
Yeah,
everybody
yeah, that
a
is all,
summary.
that is already exist. Actually it's already
Okay.
available. So there are two types of agents, like AI agents that you can use, or there are some IoT devices also. I think you have heard about Temple, that I think Zomato founder is also building. So the initial concept of that particular IoT device is just to brief, or you can say just to collect all the information for that particular timeline, and you can just see what happened in that meeting. So it's a
Awesome.
very
Awesome.
uh, small, you can say, feature of that particular IoT device, but that's a lot of thing that you can do.
All right. Thank you. Appreciate it, Bharat. That was great. Amazing session. We learned a lot. Hopefully, we'll get you back in another conference.
Yeah,
More conference. AI
definitely I will
agents
explore.
conference. AI agents conference is coming up in, I think, in August. So we
Okay.
will stay in touch.
Yeah. So I have created many AI agents. So definitely, I will collect the most useful agents for you, for all of you, definitely, and will happy to express, or you can show those particular things.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you so
Talk
much, all.
soon. All right, that was great session. I learned a lot. You can automate your tasks. That's amazing. And I think I have a question, Rohit, for our team here. I think we should create an agent that will summarize this conference and almost like every session, and right after that, send the what is covered in this session automatically to all the attendees. That'll be amazing. Okay, so we got a task for ourselves. So before we go to our next session, it's coming up. Next session is future agent waiting. Why students should build a startup with AI now. Coming with Anjali Raut. Anjali is going to talk about that for students that they should start building right now. Before that, let's hear from our sponsors. Thank you, Replay, for sponsoring our conference. Replay QA, check it out. How to automate your QA using AI. Replay.io is the website. Let's watch one more sponsor. So, this conference coming up is a virtual conference. These conferences are brought to you by C Sharp Corner. It's a community. So, community as a community, it's not really a business. So, we thank you and appreciate our sponsors who support these conferences. Let's go watch one more ad. We have 30 more seconds.
Students don't need hours to learn something valuable. With Hack India Learn, one new skill drops every day in just 7 minutes. Pick a lesson, learn in 7 minutes, and earn real rewards. Daily skill drops, interactive lessons, and progress that actually sticks. Ready to level up every day? Visit Hack India Learn by scanning this QR code.
All right, we will talk about Hack India in our coming talks between these sessions. Let's bring our next speaker. Hey, Anjali, how are you? Good morning, good afternoon. Where are you joining us from?
Very good afternoon, sir. So I'm joining from New Delhi, India.
All right, Anjali, why don't you tell us about a little bit about yourself, and then let's go. I'll give a stage to you.
Okay, sir. So I'm currently a BTech third year student. I'm pursuing BTech from Greater Noida Institute of Technology. So I'm also a startup founder and a innovative builder who is trying to explore more and more in the world of AI and entrepreneurship. Like these things excites me very much. And in today's session, I will be sharing some insights about all these things to the students and the audience. And also I have cracked many internships as well, and a lot more. And I'm also learning skills side by side, so I'm a learner also, and I'm at the same time I'm an entrepreneur also. So yeah,
Okay,
this is a
sounds
lot.
good. Thank you. Stage is all yours. Can you share
Thank
your
you, sir.
screen and
Okay.
make sure your screen is working?
So am I, my screen is visible, I hope so.
You have, yep, it's loading. Yep, you're good to go. Anjali, it's good to go. Thank you. Good luck.
Okay. So now it's visible, I guess. Okay. So I want to begin with a simple question from everybody that how would you feel if 1 year from now, am I audible to everybody, I guess?
Yes, Anjali, you're
So,
audible. You're live. You can make your screen presentation mode.
okay, sir. Okay. So I just want to ask one simple question from everybody here that how would you feel if 1 year from now somebody else built a startup idea which you were thinking from a very long time? It could be an idea, it could be an app, a startup, anything which you have been thinking a long way back. You were planning with your friends, you were thinking that idea constantly, and exactly 1 year after you saw that idea in front of yourself, how would you feel? You will feel frustrated, you will feel exaggerated, you will feel something lost in you because you were thinking about that idea and somebody else built much before you, and that too he executed that idea very quickly and very efficiently. So you will feel something that missing in you, that is the weight, that you always waited for the right time, you always wait for the right opportunity, you always wait for that right particular moment, you didn't execute it. You always feel that something is holding you back, that you are not ready for that particular thing, you are not prepared well for that thing, and somebody else took the advantage of that thing and he built that idea in front of you. So, in today's session, I'm addressing this particular thing that the future isn't waiting. Why should students, and not only students, everybody who have some idea or anything in their mind that this should be the next startup in our country or a next problem which could I can solve to build a great startup, we should always don't wait for the right moment, for the right opportunity. We should, if we have that curiosity, if we have that driving power and the urge to make it, then we should always go for it. So exactly 18 months from 18 months back, I wrote my first line of code, and that was not my for the college assignment or for the or any professor asked me to do or anybody told me. It was out of curiosity. It was something to explore. There was some urge in myself to explore more, to see how it works. And from then onwards, I published two international research papers. I have shipped so many AI products in multiple domains and international papers, and have pitched my startup in the IIT Delhi. Then active roles like I have got internship in machine learning domain. So there were a lot more to include. And which I think which stopped me before was the weight that I always wanted to be myself fully prepared before I do something. I always feel that I'm not prepared, I'm not even confident, but that is not the thing. The confidence always comes after action. Confidence always comes after the action. Peop- and the future isn't waiting. The technology isn't waiting. 18 so because when people look at successful startups, they think that they have got so much of funding, they are scaling a lot, they have shipped their products so much, but they didn't see that the startup didn't wait for anybody's approval. The startup didn't wait for anybody's recognition, not for anybody's validation, but they but what they see don't that is the moment before all of that. Every startup that exists today was once just an idea. Everything was started with just an idea. Every founder was once a beginner. Every startup was once a scratch. The difference was that they started before that they had all the answers. And I believe that is one of the most important lesson for students today. We are living in the world where we have so many opportunities. Like we are surrounded with so many problems right now. We are surrounded with so many problems in in healthcare, in various domains. So we can see those problems as the golden opportunity to scale a startup, to start a startup and solve a real major problem. We can see those things as a problem statement and we can build a meaningful and an impactful startup which can solve the real world problem. We as students and we can also explore a wide range of things by just looking at the problems. We should not see that problems as a barrier. Instead, they are the golden opportunities for us because we, as a student, we are at the least risk because we can explore, we can fail. We can fail twice, we can fail thrice, but we can again jump back to explore more. They, we as students are surrounded with so many AI systems, so many AI advanced systems. And as adults, also, we are very fortunate enough that we have been surrounded with artificial intelligence. Many people right now are in the phobia that artificial intelligence can might take their jobs. But that is not true. If we upgrade ourselves every day with new skills, with new AI technologies, that would won't never will take our jobs or ruin our lives. Never. The most crucial thing that how we are seeing that problem as an opportunity. If we upgrade ourselves every day with new skill, with new technology, and we make some useful product out of it, AI product out of it, and solve a real major problem, that will be much impactful, that will be much worth it. So that is the thing, because the world changed 3 years ago. To build an AI product, we need PhD level ML expertise, massive compute infrastructure, a full engineering team, Series A funding, 12 plus months minimum. So, but today we have Gemini API, a browser, Python Flask, SQLite, Bootstrap. We have so many technologies surrounded by us. We have so many tools right now, the vibe coding tools. There are so many tools like Lovable. Lovable is an insane example of a vibe coding tool which you can use to build the startup. My startup Venture Boss, which is an startup operating system, is somehow built by Lovable only. Lovable is insanely a startup tool which you can build to scale up to get a full MVP product easily. And as a student, you should always go with such vibe coding tools to build AI startups. You can later on add on more technologies, you can add on backend, etc. But you should start first. You should not wait for anybody's approval, anybody's validation. Confidence always come after the action. It never comes before the action. You will always feel unprepared, you will always feel demoted before, you will always feel uncertainty in you. But the thing that will push you is the curiosity in you, the curiosity to learn more, the curiosity to explore more. Even if you fail, it doesn't matter, you can try once again, you can give it one more chance, because the system right now is full of AI is booming a lot. You have so many things to explore. You have artificial intelligence, machine learning, deep learning. There's so many things in the market. You can go with anybody which suits you, which your interest lies in. So you should always and always have that driving curiosity. You should not wait for anybody. You should not wait for anything. You should always put yourself first in every situation. You should, because it feels really bad when you see that the same idea which you were thinking long back is implemented by the other person, and how it feels, it really very miserable. So that's why you should always do something or the other. And one thing, let me tell you, that if you start building, the doors will open automatically, the ways will be channelized automatically, and you will be directly shifted into the direction which you will always wanted. So always realize the worth in you. Most students, most people around me always waited for the right moment because something is always pulling them back. So right now we should always right now is the asymmetric moment. The tools that let a student build what once required an entire company exists today. The market that rewards early AI builders with attention and trust exists today. 5 years from now, the bar will be higher. After 5 years, exactly in 2031 or in till 2035, the bars will be higher, the market will be more crowded. So most students are sleeping through it. So you should not wait for the right moment. You should even start right now. Why student can win? Because zero downside, no salary, no mortgage, no employees, the risk reward ratio never looks this good again. Because you are at least risk. You are on the least risk because you are not paying salary to anybody. You don't have employees, nothing, and you can explore wide range of things. People are there to support you. There are so many people and mentors all around you which can support you a lot. So so inside the problem you live the pain. You actually surrounded by so many problems around you. Sometimes you notice that healthcare is uh, not good, the pollution is there, or something or the other. You are surrounded with problems, the sanitation, the hygiene, the advanced systems which citizens are facing right now, the advanced system which could be made, which can solve a real problem. You are going to a market and you see that the person is suffering from this problem, and you can build an AI system. So you are living inside the pain. You know what exactly needs in are required in the market. You don't need research. You are the research. AI closed the gap. The bottleneck shifted from can I build this to do I understand this problem well enough. So you should not have the doubt that can I build this. Every company, every great startup just started with one single idea. They didn't have that luxury office, they didn't have that so much funding. They started with one single idea, one single problem which they noticed inside the environment in which they are living themselves. They solve the people's pain. If you hit the people's pain, if you see what people are suffering, then you are good to go in the AI market. You can really make a milestone in the world of AI. Every project shifts stacks, no certificate replicates a portfolio of real things you made. Not theory. This is what I built. I built AI health system. So these are the evidences. I always doubted myself that whether I will be able to build this. I saw people that they are exploring so many things. They are building so many things, but always there's one thing. But what I can build, there's always one curiosity in mind that why not I can build this if they are building. So I started asking them that how you are building this, what technology are you using it. And I sit one day and I took my laptop and started exploring. I started exploring vibe coding. I started exploring the coding which actually where I have to write the coding which I have to simply write the prompt, and the AI agent is solving the entire problem statement and it is building the website in front of you. I explored so many technologies. Medura is an AI health system which I'm currently working on. My carbon RL research paper, which is based on the machine learning techniques, which I published in an international research. Then the GenChrome ML, which is based on the chromosomal disorder detection, 95% accuracy, which I also published in my college international research paper publication. So these are the research papers. Then the carbon DNA, which is again based on the carbon footprints detection. Justice AI platform, Venture Boss, which is my own startup, which is a startup operating system for Indian founders, where every founder is given the space to pitch, to operate, to make his full startup from scratch. So these things I explored from the time being. It, and 18th months ago, I was lost. I wasn't prepared, but I wrote the first line of code out of curiosity. And from then onwards, I never looked back. And then I created so many things. And these are not theory. This is actually I built. So, this is what the conclusion is, that you should always wait for the right particular moment. You have that power, you have that curiosity, you have that urge to build this, you have the part that I can make this. If you have that single motivating power in yourself, if there's 1% chance for that, you should always fight. No founder, no owner, no researcher, nobody felt confident before they started. They all were uncertain, they all were lost before. They just gave a try, and that try was so good that they ended up building a huge startup. We have so many founders right now. We have so many leaders across our country. Elon Musk, sir. Then there are so many. Bill Gates, sir. They all didn't wait for the particular moment. They saw the problem and they built the huge startup. So one thing which is stopping you is the lack of self belief which you all are currently having. So you should always remove and eradicate that lack of self belief, and you should nourish yourself with a lot of confidence, lot of self belief, and the curiosity to build something which is really impactful and powerful and which can change the world. I have seen children who are building startups from the age of 16, from the age of 15, and they are so curious to learn. The one thing which pushed them forwards was the curiosity, that what is there in the lines of code, what is there. So so out of curiosity they ended up building a huge startup. So that's what I'm saying, that wrong question is that what AI tech is impressive right now. Right question is who is suffering and what do they actually need. This is what you should always have this in your mind, that who is suffering. You should always see the pain points of the people. You should always focus that what people are facing right now, what are the problem statement, and technology is the tool and the problem is the compass. Okay, the technology which you can use are so many in the market, like vibe coding tools are there. There are so many. You as a student are being flooded with so many AI tools, so many vibe coding tools, and you can build anything. And you never know that which problem you are solving can be the huge massive AI startup in the next 5 years. So you should always explore, you should always give yourself more chances, because you as student can fail twice thrice, but you can always come with a more energy, with more curious thing. So that's why technology is just the tool, the problem is the compass. Okay, so you should explore wide range of tools. You should see the problems which people are facing right now. The real reason students don't build is that it's not lack of time, it's not lack of skills, it's not lack of resources. It's the fear of finding out the idea isn't good enough or that you aren't. So first of all, before doubting on the idea, you should stop doubting on yourself first, that whether I am capable of building it, whether I'm fully prepared of building that. And you know, in one recent example which I want to share is that recently Kunal Shah sir is appointed as the WhatsApp CEO, and he he has that always have that driving curiosity in himself to build AI agent systems, and he is the founder of Cred. And surprisingly, he didn't hold a very great degree. He hold a philosophy degree, and he ended up building a huge great startup. Is the inspiration. So what if he waited for the right moment? He what if something which pushed himself in building such a great startup. So you should always take inspiration from these great leaders who didn't wait for the right moment, who saw the problem and built up the AI product, built up the startup. So you should not always fully prepared for something big. You should have that power only. You should have that curiosity, which is self-sufficient for you to build a great startup. So first, you should stop self-doubting yourself. Second is your idea. You should not never, if you are a startup builder, if you are planning to build a startup, you should first stop doubting your idea, and before that, you should stop doubting yourself whether I'm capable of it. The one who has always made a history is the one who stopped doubting it himself. If even if the world is saying that you are not capable of doing this, you are not made for this, you should never take this into your mind or in your heart. You should always see that I will make that thing. And so many founders have faced several rejections. They have faced several rejections. They have faced several failures before they started. They have failed countless times. But one thing which always keep them alive, that passion alive, that spark alive in themselves, was that I will make something great. So I have felt it. Every builder I know has felt it. I think somebody's mic is on. So the goal of your first startup is not to build a unicorn. The goal is to build a founder. So this is the most beautiful line which I wanted to share, is that first is not to build a startup. It's first to build the founder which is present in you, which is alive in you. And this thing is alive in each and everybody. That's why you all are attending this wonderful conference, because you wanted something. You wanted to break the pattern which was falling from a very long time. You should always go. The goal is not to build a unicorn. The goal is to build a founder. You should always keep your founder which is present in you alive. Even if the world is saying that you are not capable, you should always keep yourself motivated that I will solve this problem. You should expel all the distractions, all the people who are trying to demean you, trying to demotivate you. You should always eradicate all the distractions, and your goal is to build a AI startup. The goal is to build a founder. And when you are on the direction, the doors will always open for you. Right people will find you and they will join you, and you will end up creating a great startup. And you will be getting everything which right now people who are the greatest leaders are getting. So readiness is not a state you arrive at. It is a state you build by doing the thing. So readiness, some that particular thing that I am not ready for this, is not the state you always arrive at. If you learn skills, if you learn passionately, even if you learn everything, you will always feel that lack of readiness. That I am not ready for this. I'm not confident. I should practice one more skill. I should learn one more skill. I should be confident. But that thing never comes from a particular state, that there will be no point in your life which you will feel yourself that you are ready, which you will feel that I'm completely ready and now I can make this. That point will never come in your life. Readiness will always come after the action, after you build something, after you feel confident. Even if you build something and you fail, you will have that some amount of confidence in you, that yes, I made something. Even if I fail, I will try to improve that thing. I will fail much nicer than the previous one. I will do more. And even if gradually you will see that the failure is now turning into the success. So readiness is not a state you arrive at, it's a state you build by doing the thing. That is the most crucial aspect of this today's session, which I wanted to share, that it is never a state you will always arrive at. It's a state you will build doing the things gradually. It is the state where you practice by learning. So you will always finding your readiness in the process, not at a state. So in India, so there are so many
Anjali, that's great. I think we are on time. We need to continue this on time, the conference, right? You just finish quickly, please.
okay. Okay, so particularly if I talk about the country India, so there are so many gaps like health care infrastructure, language barrier in legal and finance, the informal economy, the first gen founder desert. So there are so many problems in India also, and we as students are living in a environment full of problems. So we can identify those problems as a golden opportunity, and we can build something great and meaningful out of that. So, and it's not about just a country India, it's about everywhere. You are going somewhere and you saw this problem, that this could be solved in much easier way. If you are and if you have that good imagination, you are definitely can be a good founder, because you imagined that problem in a very beautiful way and you created a solution much before in your mind than to the actual. So you should always go exploring the problems and how we can make a huge AI system out of it, and we can solve the real problem. And you will see that you will ended up creating a great startup. Even if not a great startup, you will end up creating a solution to a greatest problem, and that will take you to lot more heights. So so from you can take inspiration that 18 months I was lost, no funding, no connections, one decision. That one decision, that I have the tools, I have the problem, I have the intelligence, and the only thing left is the decision before you and the success. The only thing which is left between you and the success is the decision to make it. So that make it holds everything. If you have that, if you take that decision that I will, no matter what, I will make that thing, even if fell several times, I will make it, then you will are half past your destination. You will definitely make your destination on your own. So you should have that power in you to take that decision. So this is the conclusion of the today's session.
Awesome, Anjali. Great session. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Hope it inspires some students. And good luck to everything you're doing.
Thank you so much, sir. You were really kind and it was so great meeting you. Thank you so much for having me.
All right. Thank you. See you soon. All right. So that was our second session. Next session is coming up. Next session is going to be AI natives. And this is my favorite. And as a matter of fact, the speaking on the next session is my own. But before that, let's put some music on for a second. I want to have some vibe going on here. Everybody, welcome to the Vibe Coding Conference. Everybody joining us. Looks like we have a lot of people. 12,000 people are watching it live. I want to put some vibe. Yeah. Well, I'm going to share my file. Everybody, welcome to the Vibe Coding Conference. Everybody, I see. Let's take a couple of comments. People are sharing. Do share where you're joining us from. Let me know where you're joining us from. Everybody, welcome to the Vibe Coder Conference. Please do share where you're joining us from. I see Deepak is from Vibe World. What is happening? We see a lot of people are joining us here. We see Bhaskar here, Pravesh. We see Tripathi ji joining us. Keep those comments coming. Ask your questions. Let us know where you're joining us from. Our next session is AI natives. AI natives is the next revolution. But before that, let's watch a couple of these short videos.
AI is speeding up software. But when leaders can't see the code, risk moves faster. The code registry helps you know your code, verify what matters, and fix risk before it spreads. For CEOs, CTOs, investors, and consulting teams, software risk is business risk. Know your code. Reduce risk. Scan to explore the code registry.
All right. With as we know, AI is writing so much code now. Almost everyone is using AI to write code. And if you're not using AI to write code, it's a problem. So what happens when AI write code? AI can make mistakes. AI can do different things. It can hallucinate. It can copy code that was not supposed to be copied from the internet. It can write code that is wrong, that is older version. It can have so many problems. So how do you fix that? How do you fix that? You probably need some, some people are using code audits using LLMs as well. They will write code in ChatGPT or Claude or Copilot and ask Copilot to also test the code. So that may be a problem because AI is writing code, AI is testing your code, AI is QAing your code, AI is checking the quality and performance. So, remember AI, if AI doesn't know something, it knows everything. AI is one of the guys. Remember, you have a friend in your class who knows everything. AI is like that. AI is like AI knows everything. Okay. If it doesn't know, it will make things up. So I'm sure all of you have friend like that who knows everything. That's what AI is. So be careful with that. So that's why check out Code Registry. Code Registry is a tool where it does not use AI to audit your code. So there's no chances of hallucinations. Let's just say that. As everybody understand, this conference is all about vibe coding, and I want to hear your stories. If you are you using AI to write code? If you are, what tool do you use? What is your most favorite tool? Maybe we should put a quiz. We should put a quiz out there, like a poll, not quiz. Let's put a quick poll and see what is the most used AI tool in this our audience here that are watching us live here. Let's put a poll there. So you share which tool is your favorite. Personally, I use every day. I use Claude. I use ChatGPT. I'm using Gemini. I use Copilot. Those are my four tools I use often. Um, Claude has multiple products within it, right? Claude ecosystem. If you go to Claude AI, you will see Claude Design. You will see Claude Code. Obviously, there's Claude AI and then Cowork. There's four major, and then they're adding more other products as well. Scott is joining us from New York, and people are joining from different areas of the world. Welcome to this Five Coder conference. So I use these 4 or 5 tools almost every day. Then I use other tools. I use AI for creating my decks. I use other things as well. So I want you to share what AI tool are you using and which one is your favorite. Now, with that said, we are going to take a 10 seconds music break. While I'm here, I'm loading my deck. We'll talk about AI natives.
Just feel the thrill in the high. We're touching skies. Can't stop now. It's do or die. Feel the beat. Feel the
Rohit, you don't have to remove the video from here, okay?
lights are flashing, colors glow. Feel the rhythm.
Rohit, what happened to the view? Can we put it back? Deepak?
Can't say no. Move your body,
Let's share my screen. I don't see in the screen, guys, in this StreamYard.
We can see the screen also message.
All right, we are coming back. Let's hear a couple of our videos.
Reaching developers takes more than ads. It takes real building, real engagement, and a platform where innovation actually happens. Hack India helps AI and Web3 companies drive developer adoption at scale through hackathons, hands-on building, and deep community reach across India.
From brand visibility to real product activation, Hack India connects companies with the next generation of builders, shaping India's AI and Web3 future.
Hack India, if you have not heard about Hack India, one thing I want to tell everyone who's watching here, who's a developer or anything in software development, the future of software development is changing big time. What does that mean? It means the way we build, companies build software is changing. We don't have the way we used to build software. We don't have 6 months to go plan, launch software anymore. It's happening much faster. And one of the way to learn and build is hackathons. Okay. Hackathons are one of the way software is being built now in faster pace. So Hack India, check out hackindia.org if you have not visited Hack India yet and you want to learn faster at the faster pace. You want to get hired. You're looking for a job or internship. Check out hackindia.org. We are hosting hackathons almost every week. Thousands of people are learning, participating. All right, with that said, let me bring in here my slides, and I am going to talk about today AI natives. I'm not your host anymore, I'm the speaker here. Today we are going to talk about a generational change, a generational change that is coming our way, and that is AI natives. AI natives is an economy of 1 billion human and 3 trillion AI agents. And what does that mean? That means in next for 4 years, not too fast. It's 2026 now. By 2030, we are going to have about 1 billion people. They are AI natives. They will become AI natives. And AI natives is not something where, oh, I use AI. Right now, everybody thinks they are AI expert by just they're going to chat GPT, asking questions, doing some things, and they are AI. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about AI natives, where everything start with AI first approach, where you don't even think, you are like, let AI think. You don't do anything, let AI do for you. You don't build anything, let AI build for you. So not only AI build for you, AI also becomes your part of your team. Thing means AI natives. Here I'm talking about. So we have gone through these revolutions. If you look at the evolutions, you look at the human history, there are four major evolutions so far. Three has been already. One is the agriculture age, But back in the day, human power civilizations, right? They used muscle. That was agriculture age. Then came industrial age where machines start building things, right? That's was a big change from humans just going out there, get things. Then age where software took over the world. That's where we living in. I would say years and years, like last, internet came. Internet started, back in, 90s. That's when really started. But now we are shifting this everything to AI native age, where intelligence becomes the key. It's not about connectivity. It's not about productivity. It's not about automation. It's more than that. It's where this, we like it or not, AI is here, and AI is reaching at the stage where it's AGI, means it can think like human, it can act like human, it can start working like human, doing work behind the scene autonomously, and hence AI agents. So AI agents are growing big time, and the idea is here is that there's going to be one human going to have probably thousands of AI agents working with him for him. So think about, you are in one human, one person is probably going to have thousands of AI agents doing work for him, whatever needs to be done. So, for example, I'm a solo founder. I'm not going to hire a team to build my software, to design it, to market it, finance, run my finance operations, do marketing, do social media. It's not. It's all be future we are heading into. Looks like my internet is having problem again. It does every day, this time. And I have probably the fastest internet ever you can think of. Supposed to be terabytes. Forget gigabytes. I should be having 3T line. So back to our session here. There's going to be one human going to have thousands of AI agents running on that human behalf. That's the age we are into. This is our intelligence age, AI age. So the shift is going from, if you are a builder or a startup or a founder, there's a big shift going on from software to autonomous work. And if you look at the traditional software, when we're building traditional software, we used to have these CRM, CRP systems, emails, dashboards, documents, spreadsheet, and all that. Now it's all changing to AI native organizations, AINOs, right? AI native organizations, what are they? They run by AI agents. They have agents, they can have questions, they can have problems, they can solve them, they can act, and they can deliver direct to the customer. There's no human involved in between. It's AI agents doing work on behalf of you. So the key in the right now is a autonomous engineer. Every department will have AI agents. Humans, they will define goals, AI execute work. Obviously, human will still manage and control finances, fund these agents, but agents will be executing the work on behalf of humans. That's the age we are getting into right now as we speak. So the message here is that either you like it or not, you agree or not, AI is here. It's becoming part of our lives, not just using, but also managing our lives. And that's what this Vibe Coding Conference is also all about, is how you are a non-developer, you are a non-coder, or even you are a developer, doesn't matter. But if you never wrote a code, can you build a software? And an answer is yes. And I'll give you an example. To prove the theory that you can build a successful startup, launch it to live customers, I built this new brand new startup. It's called socialspider.ai. If you check out socialspider.ai, it's all written by vibe coding. It's all written using vibe coding techniques. I have not even looked at the code. I have not written any line of code in that. And I purposely do not want to change anything there or even look at the code. It's all because I want to prove that you can build a complete company using vibe coding. So we are in the age of where AI natives become the key, and there are going to be 1 million human running these 3 trillion AI agents in very soon. And when I'm saying 3 trillion, because every human is going to have a more than 1,000 agents. Some will have more, some will have less, but that's kind of average. So that becomes number becomes trillions. And besides 1 billion people who are becoming native AI builders, there are all other people will also be using agents regardless. So for example, if you are paying a bill, phone bill, it'll be an agent paying phone bill on behalf of you. It will not be you. You're not going to call your phone company anymore. You're not going to your bank and automate billing anymore. If there is a charge on your credit card, you disagree with that, AI agents will review that charge and question it and also talk to your bank's AI agent. So bank will also not have humans working. Bank will have AI agents doing the work. So when somebody's saying, is AI taking my jobs? Yeah. What do you think? If AI agent is writing my code, AI agent is answering the phone, AI agent is calling the phone, if everything is done by AI, what do you think? Is AI taking your jobs? So people who are debating is still that, oh, AI is not good. Yeah, it's not good right now. It makes mistake right now. Sure, you need somebody to help right now. It is very early, but the things are moving so fast that AI agents are going to run. It's going to take time, obviously. It's going to have a lot of problems, obviously. Those are common things. But as a developers and innovators, we are always thinking ahead than the general public, right? That's the whole idea of C# corner community, is that we are always ahead. We are looking at what emerging tech is. We are always in emerging tech. So if somebody, Elon Musk, is saying we are going to Mars because he's ahead of everybody, it doesn't mean we are going to Mars tomorrow or maybe 10 years. It may take 100 years or more. Who knows? I don't know the exact time. Maybe he knows. But he is ahead of the time. So we here at this Vibe Coder conference, anybody who's watching, we are ahead of a little bit ahead of everybody. That's what we are thinking. We're not thinking like, oh, I just wrote the software, AI made a lot of mistakes, I cannot launch it, AI is bad. That's not the idea here. Idea is that, oh, look, it can already do that. How fast, how long it will take it AI to do that more, right? So point is coming really fast. And it's not a scary thing, to be honest. Some people may think, oh shoot, what will happen to my job? It is opening our world to have more jobs, more opportunities, but they will be for people who are on top of the things. So, in coming time, if you're a human, you'll have your coding agent, doctor agent, financial advisor, legal expert. So, in your life, if you use humans, people for certain things, you're using a lawyer, you're doing advisory, financial, this, a lot of that will be replaced by AI agents. And I believe every person will have their own personal agents. There'll be a almost like a digital twin, but it'll be AI agent that will be working on behalf of me. And now you may say, wait, if AI is doing all the things, what will we do as a human, as a like person? I don't know. Answer is maybe we stay hang out too much on TikTok, I guess, right? Maybe we host these conferences a lot and talk about agents. I don't know the answer, obviously. So what is this new AI native economy? I just said, it's an AI native economy means it will there's a shift of mindset. It's going to become a contributions economy. If you look at, and I've been saying this for a while, we have sharp economy in our ecosystem. We have C# corner where people contribute, right? And C# corner members contribute, and they right now they don't earn anything. But imagine a sharp economy. What we have something called sharp economy. That's sponsor of this conference is where if you're contributing something, you need to get paid in return. For example, if you are on a TikTok, You get paid sometimes who are top influencers. If you're on Instagram, some people get paid, some don't. But reality, the future will be, if you are, the contributions economy will grow, where if you're doing certain things, you will get paid. If agent is doing some work, agent will get paid. There's going to be a big agent to agent commerce, means because there's going to be trillions of agents running around businesses, say 3 trillion, and their numbers are predicted by expert. That means there's a big agent to agent economy. So there are a lot of opportunities there for builders, innovators, to think about how they can build their own business. Maybe you want to launch your own agent, maybe you want to have some kind of support or system or service. There's going to be big AI marketplace, right? People can sell their own AI agents and apps and so on. People can rent them, they can, all those things. And trust is going to be a big problem. Security and trust. Those are the big areas they will continue to have problems, and there's going to be big need of both areas, because more AI comes is going to have so many problems. You probably heard that Claude already had a new LLMs out, new model out there that can break any system in the world, right? That can break all banking systems, financial systems that was blocked and they didn't launch it and things like that. So security will always have lot of work in that coming time. Okay, it was working, it was just slow. So if you want to become an AI native, if you want to become an AI native, a true AI native, what are the things you need to do right now? Because AI native is going to become one of the most wanted career in coming time, or actually today, right? It's already here right now. So first thing you need to do is think about AI collaboration. How do you partner with AI agents to amplify your output? How to use different agents, right? That's becomes say one big skill set. Like there are so many agents being developed by different companies. How do you use them and build something, right? It's end of the day, business needs to be executed, right? Business needs to do some work. So how do you do that? You can use these agents, and you need to become a collaborator. So that's a big skill. It's already is right now. Agent orchestration, that's another big kind of need. If company is hiring, can you orchestrate agents, edit them, change them, do something, create like a bunch of, this like a direct fleet of agent towards shared goals, right? And prompt engineering. Prompt engineering is now evolving to loops, context engineering, and all that combined. That will continue to become need a skill. Like how do you communicate with AI? How do you test AI? Is AI outputs are coming the one you expect, right? That is going to be also a big skill. It is already is, right? Security government, as I said, security and governance is going to be the biggest growing industry a coming time. All these combined, there's two other skills you need and everybody must have is a creativity and leadership. Creativity is very important because AI has limitation right now. Gen AI has limitation. Gen AI models, like all these GPT models and Claude models, they have limitation that they can only do things that is based on data, and they can co-create, but they have limitations. The new creativity always come from humans as so far. They are not, AI agents are not there, but they can come up with their own thoughts, they can come up with their own new ideas that have never evolved before. But that may take a while to come. And then continuous learning, and this is my favorite, and I've been talking about this and promoting this for last 20, 30 years since I started programming in 1997, that continuous learning has to be become a part of our daily lives. No matter who you are, where you are, you have to spend at least half hour, not a lot. You don't have to spend too much time. I'm not saying go and learn 10 hours a day. You have to block 30 hours. Two things everybody should be doing here: 30 minutes for continuous learning, put aside in every day. If you cannot do 1 day to 2 days a week, that's fine. But every day, half an hour learning something new. Right now, it's all about AI. Learn something new in AI. Half an hour, something to your health. Those are the two important part. If you can figure those two out, you say 1 hour, half an hour for my learning, half an hour for my health. Health is also very important because now we are spending so much time on these devices and working. If your health is not good, then everything is useless, to be honest. Because if your health is not good, you cannot be productive, you cannot enjoy life. Then what are you doing all this for? So that's useless, right? So 1 hour every day, put aside 1 hour. Okay, you can cheat, you can have cheat days, Sundays, whatever, your birthdays, parties, marriage, weddings, all that. You cannot do that. But rest at least 5 days a week, 5 hours a week, you have to allocate to these continuous learning and health. So the future we are building, here we are. It's all about AI natives. It's not a technology trend. It's not like, oh, there's a new trend, it's cloud, it's let's learn more. This is more than that. This is going to disrupt everything we have done so far. It's a next civilization of this. AI natives is the foundation of next civilization, where not only humans but AI agents are going to live with us. So not now, so until now in the our whole lifetime, this human history of this human so far, what we know so far is just that we are the only one who make decisions. Humans are the only one make decisions, take actions, do sort of build homes, build cities, all that. But now we are in the age of civilization where billion billion, these 7 billion right now and growing, these billions of humans are going to live with trillions of AI agents. While AI agents are not live, they cannot eat. However, they are almost like participating in building, doing things. So far, animals were not involved in doing things. They were just, if you look at animal and trees and other things besides humans, we call them living beings. They were limited. They could only do, they just want to survive, eat, sleep, do their thing and go. That's what they were doing, producing, right? But AI agents now have power, even superpower to do things which human could do. That becomes very dangerous and also very lot of opportunities here. So this is the future where we are going to start living with AI agents. So start thinking you need to become an AI native. And when you become AI native, there's limitless possibilities. So with that said, I'll stop my talk. Hopefully you learned something. We will continue with Vibe Coder conference after this little break and little music.
Welcome to Sharp Economy, WEON, where innovation meets rewards. Sharp Economy is a powerful ecosystem where tokens connect games, learning, and real rewards.
Play games, learn new skills, and earn Sharp tokens inside the Sharp Rewards app. Download the Sharp Rewards app today and experience the future of Sharp Economy. Explore Sharp Economy. Scan the QR to get started instantly.
All right, so we are back. I just talked about AI natives. And let's take, are there any questions with AI natives? We can take some questions. Let's talk about that. But there are two things before I take question. There are two things that are growing big time. And I believe those are the two important things. They are going to play a major role in coming time. One is AI agents, obviously, AI natives. And the second is tokenization. And tokenization, I'm talking about the cryptocurrencies. And I'm not talking about buying, selling, investing in Bitcoins. I'm talking about the whole economy that when these agents are grow, and every big company you can look at what they are talking about, doesn't matter if it's a Coinbase or is it a Binance or Polygon or any of these Solana, all these companies, you look at them, these are biggest crypto companies out there. And what they are predicting is that the AI agents, since they are going to make decision on our behalf, that means they are going to also get paid. Like if I'm building an AI agent for doing, let's say, paying my electricity bill, it needs to get paid for the work because there's cost involved. When you run AI, there's cost involved. So they are all believing that the cryptocurrency is going to be the mode of payment, the method of payments. One agent will be paying other agents. And if you watch any of those crypto news, the MasterCard just announced that they now have a credit card that will be issued to an AI agent. How cool is that? So AI agents are going to be have their own identities, and so they will have their own account. Looks like they're going to have their own credit card account. But besides that, an AI agent can have a crypto account. They can have a blockchain account, and they can use that account to store and transfer and use for the tokens and funds. Those are two things coming up really big when you talk about where the future is heading. Um, so quickly look at our agenda. We have next session coming up. It's personal OS, build your army of 100 AI interns. That's amazing. I want to watch that. I want to build an army of 100 AI interns. That'll be cool. This is Rajesh Gupta. So because I want to have interns doing work for me. So, different things. So that's a great session. Then we also have, after that, we have Keynote from Replay QA. In the Keynote, you will see how Replay QA, which you are seeing ads here, is can help you automate your QA. So those are next two coming sessions. After that, we have vibe coding that actually works by Akshay. And then we have a couple of more sessions. So our next session is coming up 9:15. But before that, let's play a couple of more ads, and we'll take some questions after that. One more ad, and after that, I'll take a couple of questions from the audience.
Walk into your next hackathon actually ready. Hack India's Hacker Pack gives you a focused 14-day prep track, practical lessons, and a certificate worth showing. Start with Hacker today, unlock a structured prep track, and earn a certificate built for LinkedIn, resumes, and your next hackathon.
From first commit to the winner's stage, Hack India helps you show up prepared. Scan the QR code and start your Hacker Pack journey today.
All right. So let's take one question from here. We'll take a question from this. Sarthak has a question. That's a very good question. Is that SaaS will eventually into AI natives? Yeah. So you look at the history right now, almost every SaaS company is building their own AI agents because there's no need for people to go and log in and go to dashboard and click on things and do work. That doesn't make sense, right? If I'm doing same thing again and again, I don't need to go log in. People are now, I can be in my car or my phone and talking and telling my AI agents to do some things on my behalf, right? So that is the future. The future of, and I'm not talking about today, I'm not talking about next year, I'm talking about future. Future can take 4 years, right? It can take longer sometimes. We don't know yet. But right now it's already happening that you can tell Claude or Copilot or ChatGPT, hey, can you book my ticket while you're from the phone? Just you talk to an app. You don't have to type anything. Can you find me a cheapest flight from New York to San Diego on these dates and tell me what are different flights? It'll say, okay, these are different flights. Then you say, I'd like this, or just you keep refining your search, and AI agents will go and start continue doing the work, and it can book on your behalf. It already knows your credit card. This is already happening. This is already happening where I can talk to ChatGPT and book my flight or search me an apartment and rent and all that, and it can pay on my behalf. Now, as a human, why would I go open a desktop or app on the phone and go and search and click and click and click, right? Because that's not what humans do. Humans talk, they walk, they do things, and they would rather play and do something and let the agent do it. So yes, the future is that all, if not all, majority of SaaS will convert into AI agents. AI agents will be doing the work on behalf. Even I'm not going to talk to the AI agent. The future is my AI agent will already know that I have a travel coming up because I was talking to my, let's say I'm traveling to San Diego. I'm talking to my son on phone. My AI agents are listening everything. It knows about my work. It knows my schedule. It reads my emails. It knows everything. So in my daily brief, as previous speaker said, in my daily morning brief, my AI agent already know that I'm planning a trip to San Diego on these dates. It will just confirm with me. It will confirm, hey, are you sure you okay? You good with this date and time? And then as soon as it knows, my agent will then call this booking travel agent, find the right flight and things like that, and will book on my behalf. So as a human, I'm out of the loop of doing daily work. So yes, that is the future. This is the future we are imagining. Um, Same thing with the social spider. Ibrahim, welcome to the Vibe Coder conference. Marcos. Uh, so yeah, that's kind of the future, is that where AI agents will be working on behalf of our AI agents, and I believe each of us we will have our own personal AI agent, or you call it OS. So next session is coming up is all about personal OS. So personal OS is all about managing your personal stuff, and AI will do the work for you. I believe that's what this great topic is. So let's bring in, this is good topic. Let's bring in our next speaker, Rajesh. Hey Rajesh, good morning. How are you?
I'm good. How are you, Mahesh? Good to see you
Uh,
again.
I'm here. Good to see you too. You joining back? Where you join? Tell our audience where you joining us from and what you're going to talk about in today's session.
Sure. So I'm joining. Hi, guys. My name is Rajesh, and I'm joining today from California. Today, like when we are talking about vibe coding, so we should talk about agents. So today, the topic of the agent is don't talk about one agent, talk about hundreds of agents. So the topic is personal OS.
Yeah, then that's amazing topic. How do you build your army of 100 interns? That's amazing, right? For any business startup or business owner, that's a great thing to do. Yeah, and we were just talking about the future, and question was, will all SaaS application be turned into AI agents? So, what is your thought?
In one way or other, yes. Definitely, when we are talking about SaaS application, software will be there. But whether software will be built by the product builders or individuals or the service companies, that is yet to be seen. But yes, in order to work with anything, you need software. The form is not decided
Yeah,
yet.
yes. So, do you have a deck to share? Let's make sure we have your deck ready.
Mhm.
You probably need to upload, present, or invite, and then upload here.
I need to upload that. I may need to show some
Or you can
demos.
share a screen. You can even
Or
share a screen if you want.
yeah, that would be
Yeah,
nice. Thank you.
yeah. All right, let's play a little music behind the scene while we're setting up this stage. We have 15,000 people watching. That's amazing. This is great. Alvin is here. Hey, Alvin, good to see you.
Can you see my screen, Mahesh? Can you put me?
Not yet. Yeah, now we can see it. Personal OS. Yep. All right, you're good to go, Rajesh. This is exciting. I'm looking forward to watch your presentation.
Cool. Thanks, Paige. Thanks.
All right.
Good morning,
Thank
good
you.
evening. Hi, guys. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are. I am seeing a lot of people joining today's sessions. So, just to be clear, if you are a developer, this session may or may not be the right one for you. This session is for the one who used to delegate the work to the humans and now would like to delegate the work to the agents. So, uh, now we are in this world where we used to have a dream to hire a couple of people and manage those people. Now, very slowly, where we are moving towards is like we can easily build our own army of hundreds of AI interns and do our work, whether it's a professional work or a personal work. And that is the future we are heading towards. Now, the question would be, how do we delegate it? How do we manage it? And what kind of agents that we can build it out? So, this session will tell you all about that. But before jumping into that one, we need to be understand the little journey behind it, how the journey has evolved, because AI is not new. You have seen in your day-to-day life in the past. It's just that the words has been changing. So in the 1990s, not sure whether you guys have seen that we have this rule-based automation everywhere. For example, you may have in the refrigerator there is a auto cut whenever the water turns into some ice, and it gets auto cut in the refrigerator. In your home, there's a like a temperature setting where you basically set the temperature, and above particular temperature it just shut it off your AC. So those were like a if else kind of a logic, and those was the era when actually the first automation or the AI based automation gets started. Then we moved a decade further down the road when we introduced the new words machine learning. The machine learning got famous back in 2009 when the Netflix kind of started this recommendation model. You used to have a lot of inventories on the website, but you have a really limited real estate on your screen. So what to watch, when to watch is something that was very difficult, and human had to navigate it without any help. So Netflix started with this recommendation model, and life was simpler. You just like open the Netflix, and the best movie that you want to watch is right in front of your eyes. Fast forward, we again, like we were bored with the machine learning term, then we started with the new term, which is around the neural networks or the deep learning. And you might have seen more new applications. And the whole premise, if somebody wants to go in detail, the machine learning still like you have to prepare the data, you have to curate the data, whereas in neural networks, things were very smooth that you just provide the data, machine automatically try to learn the pattern and build the model. But still you have to manage the model. But the application was fantastic. Like we have seen the face unlock features on the iPhones, the Google Translation, or the voice assistant like Siri. All those things came out into that era where we were talking about deep learnings and neural networks more than machine learning. Now, if you guys don't know the like AI so far, that's completely okay. But you should know the things afterwards. Starting in 2022, back in October, if I remember that month correctly, October or November timeframe, the OpenAI announced the ChatGPT, and the whole premise of AI working got shifted. So ChatGPT, Copilots, Perplexity, all those things came out, and everybody knows this era very well, I am assuming, that you just write anything to the chat gpt and you get the answer, whatever it is. And then now, since last year, so the era is not very long. So the last year we started talking about the agents. Now what is this agent? That is what we will go about and try to understand a little better, and what kind of agents can be helpful is another topic of this presentation. So let's move forward. Okay, agents. Agents might be like a very counter to words, or maybe a very uh, word which you might be afraid of, but you might have already start seeing the applications around it. So Claude ChatGPT is a form of Copilot, but Claude, whoever is doing the coding nowadays, is starting building the agentic engine under the hood. TurboTax, uh, every ear pain. Whenever you have to file the taxes, you have to start using the TurboTax. But the life is very simpler if you have ever used the TurboTax. Gmail, Outlook, Copilots, easy to reply, easy to summarize. No need to even touch your screen or the mobile phone. Just draft your reply in your voice, and that's it. Cursor support boards are getting much better. Like earlier, that was used to be a pain, still might be a pain in many industries, but those things are getting much better, that you s- can easily talk to the customer support nowadays, because human bandwidth is getting free and nobody is in tense mode when you're talking and asking about why your order get failed. So that's a era that we are currently in, and we are moving towards it. But many people are still confused between the copilot and agent. So I want to clarify that before moving further, that what is copilot and what is agent. So copilot, like I'm picking one example over here so that we can easily relate it. This example comes from the travel industry, where we are trying to build our itinerary for the upcoming trip. Those were the days when we were have to search through the different websites and make our own plans. Nowadays nobody does that. We simply open the chat gpt and start asking the questions about the travel itinerary. So the co-pilot is very much like, you are the prime leader, you are asking the AI is giving you the answer, then you are acting it again, asking AI for the next question, then you come, like you as a human comes into the picture, and then AI comes in. So it's very much like at every point you are in the loop. So human AI, human AI, human AI, that's what the copilot means in simple words. You drive, AI assist. There is no action on your behalf. You are taking the action at each and every step. On the other hand, the same task, when agent does it, agent acts and you finally decide. You start with your intent that, hey, I have a plan coming up, and this is my budget, and this is what I need to do on those dates. Agent understands your intent, make a plan, do the booking, prepare your other activities in your itinerary, and then updates you. Before taking the final action, agent simply asks you whether you are okay. Can you review it and approve it? Once you click a button, that's it. No more hassle of reading around the different website. Agent already knows your preferences. Agent already knows your history, and it gives you the best itinerary, so that most likely 9 out of 10 times you would be happy, and you just press one button. So in this case, agent is doing an action on your behalf. It is not just assisting you. So that is what we are calling about the agentic journey. Now, what is happening, what I'm seeing slowly is that every employee is being surrounded by the agents. Now, these agents, whether these agents could be the one that is helping you in your professional life or a personal life, that is all up to you. Most likely, the way that I see is people are doing both. What it gives us basically speed. Not only speed, because whatever you used to do the weeks are of work, you are just doing it in few hours. uh, but the role of your role has been shifting. Instead of you doing the work, the role is shifting from directing the work. That is where the specialization of yours comes into the picture. Because nowadays the agents, you don't you, first of all, one thing that I want to clear, many people want to build one single agent for everything. That is not the right way. You should build individual agents. You should build a specialized agent trained for one single job, and that is how you will get the right throughput out of your work. So now if you see, you are at the center of the picture. You might be creating the meeting agents or the more. As you wake up, you have to plan for the meal. That's a big hassle. So meal planner. You go to the work, you have to manage the vendors, vendor agents, understand how the market is behaving, market intel. And at some point of the time before the market gets closed, you might have to manage your stock portfolio as well. So there's a finance agents and so on. So your life is going to be surrounded by the agents. It's all up to you that how you work with the agents. That's the future that we are talking about. One question comes very often towards me is it was very hard to manage the humans before. Now, would it be easier to manage the agents? Most likely, the answer is no, if you are not managing the things very well. Because you might create the agents, but you yourself might not be using it afterwards. So, what I'm seeing the pattern and what I'm doing in my life as well, that build a dashboard. Build a dashboard of the agents, a single place where you know all the agents in your life, very much like a at the work we used to have the Jira to manage all the projects. Now you need to build the similar kind of a Jira for your agents, so you can plan well, you can do the work well, you can see the activities. But because in some cases these agents, very much like a human, does not give you the answer in a second. They may take some time, so you may need to go back and understand what has happened. So that's a life that we are talking about. So I would suggest like everybody should build their own personal OS where you can manage your own dashboard and manage your complete life. When I say complete life, not like a just sit on the front of the computer all the time, but very much like that. So meal planner and the YouTube video summarizer, I will walk you through quickly so that uh, these are a couple of agents that I use quite often to manage my life. I'm basically so let me give you one example on the YouTube side. I used to watch a lot of videos, and nowadays, in the last couple of years, just because building the content is becoming very, very easy, everybody is putting the content on YouTube. Now, as an audience, it is getting even harder for me to consume all the good content out there. And in many cases, I realized after watching the video that this content is not very good for me, and I already spent like almost 30 minutes or 40 minutes watching that video. So what I did was that, just like create the video summarizer for myself. uh, this is not to sell any product, this is for my own sake to simplify my life. So let me show you that. um, so this is, for example, a video that I wanted to watch, but I don't know what is there in this video until I watch it completely. And it's a almost 11-minute long video. I may or may not like it. I don't know without seeing it. So what I did was, like, if I know the content, if I know the summary of this content, it would be easier for me to take a decision or to understand whether I really will enjoy this video or not. So I built this agent. This is a YT lens or the YouTube lens for myself. What it does that you just need to simply provide the YouTube URL and transcribe it. So I'm just copy pasting the URL from here. Hopefully it should work. Okay, so it loads the video over here. Now my goal is, let's just transcribe it. So within a few millisecond, I got the complete transcription of this video. Now I can summarize it over here right now. I'm not running my agent right now in the summary mode, but there is summary button as well. You can simply summarize it or just copy paste that in your chat GPT and ask that, okay, provide me the summary, provide me the key points, provide me the key highlights, or who are the different people talking about in this video. You can do anything or everything quickly with this transcript. And that gives me an idea that whether do I really want to watch this video or not. So that was one of the YouTube video summarizer agent that simplify my few minutes in my life and gives my time back. Another one is the meal planner. So this is another one that you have to think every morning that what we will eat today in the lunch, dinner, and what kind of ingredients would be required, recipes. I know everybody must have gone through that. There used to be a lot of applications on the mobile phones that you used to download, but it was like I had very little flexibility to manage those applications. Plus, why to pay extra when you can build your own agent nowadays? So I created my own agent where I can edit my preferences or the goals as per my likings. what kind of a cooking style that I do have, and I can keep updating this agent as I get more understanding about what I like, what I don't like. And then suggest the filters over here, for example, yeah, the vegetarian, low oil, the calories, my goal is there, what kind of protein that I want to consume, and so on. With that, you can basically get a lot of different ideas over here. Once you know that, you can quickly see the recipe. If you're good with that, log this meal that okay, this is the meal for me today, so that it keeps the track and likings as well. On the other side, this is more about a meal suggestion. The second part of that is meal logger, so that I know that exactly how much calories I've consumed and what did I eat yesterday. I can simply upload my photo over here. In many cases, and once I upload the photo, it will give me the calorie count and everything. So in many cases, I've seen the models sometimes hallucinate or don't give me the good results. So the way that I've created is, my goal is to provide the bunch of images from the past, or from my daily meals, and try tell the agent that hey, relate to the best meals and count the calories according to that one. Not the exact match, but more realistic now. So this is another agent that I've created for myself. Apart from that, there's a lot of other agents, as I mentioned, in the day-to-day life that we end up using. Email writer, many, I'm pretty sure most of you, 90 out of 100 people, might be if not writing the email completely, but at least taking the assistance from the chat GPT to write the emails. And that's a very good use case. Meeting note taker, every like there's a lot of meeting note takers nowadays. They are not just basically taking the notes, they are going much beyond that. They are taking the notes, they are summarizing the notes, taking the action item, putting into the CRM, and that's a complete life cycle that they are building it. Earlier it was a pain that we were always in the meeting, but nobody is managing the notes and nobody is managing the action items, and hence all the meeting like the key points gets lost after a couple of days. And then the rest of the things quite intuitive, so you can see that. Let's move forward just in the interest of time. So my suggestion is like build a lot of agents, but when you're building the agents, try to be a good manager at the same time, so that you will like this technology, you will appreciate this technology better. Now, this was more earlier, it was more about your personal life, but what I'm saying is, even in the professional life, every business unit are being getting transformed, be it like a procurement, HR, manufacturing, customer support, or anyone. The human work is being shifting from earlier, it was you were searching it manually, creating the reports, coordinating across the teams. But now the shift, the you yourself is moving from one level up. Rather than doing the mundane job, searching and generating the reports and just be all the time into that era, you are taking more strategic responsibilities. So your job is not going away, it is just that you are shifting the stack one layer up. Now your job is to define the goals, define your success criteria, and simply review the outcomes and approve, and spend more time in more strategic decisioning and more creative angle of it. So that means that it very soon the managers may manage both humans and AI agents, and our org chart will be shifting. But many of you might still ask this question, whether human is necessary then or not. Yes, technology is very new, and in many cases, uh, personal agents are still okay. But as we are moving towards the professional agents, things gets very complicated, because any single wrong decision can cost you like a lot of dollars and litigations as well. So, why the human oversight still necessary? Because the agents can take the wrong decisions. It's based on the probability based architecture, not a deterministic based architecture. There could be hallucination, there could be a compliance risk, and data privacy on top of it. Because everything is driving from the data what you are using, and many times you forgot that what is there in that data. So you need to be very careful about what data you are using, and hence human is always at the center. AI agents are getting more powerful, more and more powerful, but autonomy without a oversight is going to be a operational risk. That means you can still have a Tesla with a full supervised mode, but you cannot drive the Waymo in this world, especially in the professional side of it. So, closing thoughts. That's pretty much from my side, guys. So, the question is no longer that will AI change our work? It is more about like, yes, some of the work will be changed, but it is up to us how we are adopting it and how we are learning it to manage the AI workers effectively. So, that is the world we need to learn how to orchestrate this AI system better and better. That's pretty much from my side today. And if you want to connect, feel free to connect me or the LinkedIn or send me the email if you have more. Thank you.
This is great, Rajesh. I loved it. Yeah, I think that the future is going is to personal OS, to be honest, and I think human needs to be good managers. Um, Bad managers can really be disaster, right?
Yes.
Yeah, like any project.
Like any project, like any day-to-day life as well. Today also, like there could be many people around us, but if you have to work it better, we need to manage them. We need to give up good
Yeah,
directions.
yeah, that's great. We have a lot of people watching, 26,000 people watching us live. My question, I have a question for you, and that is, how much it'll cost if say person to run, say, what the dashboard you're running? Is it a lot of cost? Is it almost free? What does that look like?
That's a good one. And again, that is like a so for me it's not costing a lot because I came from the like a engineering background as well. So I basically tune and optimize a lot of my agents. Some of the agents are not even using the OpenAI API keys or the Anthropic keys at all.
Paid ones. They're using just free ones.
Either the free ones or I'm not using any LLM model on those ones. I just created those agents in order to build the application, but afterwards in many cases I'm using a lot more rule based stuffs. For example, the
Hmm.
YouTube summarizer, just to transcribe the model or the transcribe the video, you don't need to basically call any LLM call. So that's how I'm saving a lot of money, but it's all up to you as an individual. Sometimes like a time is more critical than money, so you have to optimize it accordingly.
Yeah, no, that's great. Definitely. No, of course, it's always good to save time, right? Because then, yeah. So, and it's also fast, right? It's all automated. You can do other things in that time. So that's
Correct.
great. Awesome. Appreciate it, Raji. That was great. And we have other AI agents conference coming up in August, and we'd love to get you have you back again with something
Sure.
exciting stuff like you have this personal OS.
Yeah.
So thank you so much.
Thank you, Mesh. Thanks for inviting me. Bye, guys.
All right, that was a great session. To be honest, that is the future. The personal OS, even monitoring the agents, your agents, is going to be a critical work. It's like now you have these 10, 20, 30, 100, even in future maybe 1,000 agents doing work on your behalf, and you should know, at least as a manager, this is your personal OS and you are the manager, you are the owner. You should know something, you should have it. So having a dashboard that shows uses the cost, the work, which agent is performing what, which agent is sleeping or taking naps or stealing money, all those things will matter in coming time. Imagine you have an agent and that is allowed to spend your money on your behalf from your credit card, and there's other agent that's talk to that agent and somehow become a friend and start saying, hey, can you share me your credit card? Then what will happen? So those things will may become problems in coming time, but your agent and your dashboard and you as a manager running these agents should be responsible and also figure out a way to watch and approve and monitor or have the guardrails figuring these things out. So this is another area where if you are an innovator, like your brain should be spinning now, is like, what can I build, what can I do something here first for you and for my personal agent. First, you creating your own personal OS, as Rajesh just said. Create your personal OS, have like 10, 20, 15 apps and agents being a part of that. And now then maybe have one agent just for booking and set some guardrails like, hey, obviously I will approve any transaction. Don't even approve on my behalf. But what if this transaction is less than 5 minutes? $5, and it's taking me more than 2 hours to respond or 5 hours to respond. You can take action on my behalf. Things like that. Um, it's like you have a child's account. You can put limit on those accounts. Similar to you may even have a separate, like how just MasterCard just announced that they have now credit card for agents, right? Credit card for AI agents. So maybe you create a separate account for AI agent that has limit in there, and that is the card they are only allowed to use. So these things are going to become a real challenges, and there's real products going to build around those. So this is great. So we let's before we bring our next session is the keynote. Keynote is automate finding and fixing bugs in AI or any code using replay QA. That's coming up in few minutes. But before that, let's watch a couple of these videos.
Rohan didn't change his routine, just added one habit. Amit walks every day for work, but today, every step earns him rewards.
For Meena, mornings are busy, but she never misses her quiz.
They didn't change their life, just added sharp economy to it.
Download the Sharp Reward app now.
All right, let's. All right, we can have, guys, we have 2 more minutes. So I want to quickly start talking about this vibe coding. So far, this is a vibe coder conference. We are learning about vibe coding. And I started with explaining what is vibe coding, right? And what can you do? What are the limitations? And then some people are still thinking that we are too far where AI can go and build our entire systems from idea to finished product. And there's debates going on that you can do that. AI has a lot of problems. Sure, AI does have a lot of problem. It also depends on the tool. If you're using a Lovable, can it build enterprise grade, deployable, production ready apps? I don't think so. It is less challenges designed for some different things. However, if you use Claude and you know how to build, what to ask, what questions to ask, you can take the whole idea, take one idea, you just take in simple idea, build, design and build and deploy end-to-end application and run it. And literally it go live in weeks. So that's already happening. Um, so the idea that we cannot do that is too far, AI has so many problems, that's not possible. You probably just don't know how to do it. It's that simple. Yeah, so we have our keynote coming up where we are going to talk about, how to fix some of the problems in the code. That's another thing we have to keep in mind is when AI is writing a code, as I mentioned before, LLMs are writing code, they are Gen AI, generative AI, right? What is generative AI? If you think about it, it generates content based on the data it has before and train on that. So there may be a possibility that your code can be old, it can have problems, it can have compliance and security issues, IP problems. So there are chances in that. So one of the way you do is you test out with some tools. That's another thing you'll talk about. And QA is very important, right? With AI is writing this code, you QA becomes even more important. So in coming session in Keynote, you will learn about that as well. So before we bring our keynote speaker, let's play a couple of these more videos. All right, we have a lot more people join us. It's 28,000 people, 28,900 people watching us live. It's amazing. And it's throughout all channels. We have YouTube, 11,000 people on YouTube, Twitter, LinkedIn, Instagram, everywhere people are watching us. That's great. Everybody, thank you for watching us, hanging out. Please do share with your followers and friends about this conference. This conference is important. It's very important for anybody who is staying ahead of the race in this, staying ahead in this AI race, and AI agents are coming. As I mentioned in my talk, we are going to have 1 billion builders in coming next 4 years. We're going to have 3 trillion AI agents running around, and there's going to be a big challenge talking with the billion people and 3 trillion agents, managing them. So there's going to be first few years going to be a big bumpy ride with AI and AI agents. There's going to be a lot of problems, challenges, but that's aside. We will continue talking this throughout today, next 2 days. This conference is 3-day conference. This is our first day today. And now with that today, let me bring in our today's keynote speaker, Brian Hackett. Brian, morning. How are you?
Oh, pretty good. Thanks, Mahesh.
And a little early for you because
A little
you are
bit.
in California?
I'm in California. Yeah, it's about 7 a.m. here.
Okay. All right. Tell us about where you're joining us from and your little bio, and then stage will be yours.
Oh, great. Yeah. So, yeah, I'm Brian. I'm the CEO at Replay. We're building, tooling for autonomous QA, in vibe coded apps, other AI built apps, just trying to make, QA essentially like as easy as building. I think that this is like a major, obstacle when you're trying to build like a high quality app. And we want to be able to just like make that, much easier for all the developers out there.
Awesome. Awesome. You want to share your screen so we make sure your screen is sharing?
Sure.
We can test it.
You see this okay?
Yeah, looks good. This looks good. All right, Brian. So next, 30 minutes or so are yours. 40 minutes, I think you have, and then yeah, we'll have some questions after that.
All right, sounds good. Thanks, Mahesh. I guess
Thank you.
to continue that introduction a little bit. I'm Brian, the CEO at Replay. We have been building a time travel debugger, to help with web developers with web development for a while. Have recently launched this product Replay QA, which is built on top of this debugger, just to give vibe coders, other people who are building with AI, like drop in QA for the web apps that they're building. Essentially, like it's a tool that you can give it a URL and it will just start exploring the app, mapping out and testing all the different user journeys, through that app, And then it files like detailed bug reports, the things that your agent needs to actually be able to fix things reliably. This is built on our time travel debugger. It's what gives us like, pretty, significant, amount of information that we can use to really be able to generate the, bug reports at the level of quality that, an agent will need to be able to fix it. The whole goal here is, just to make it easier to build, high quality polished apps, using AI, things that work well, things that feel good. We want to be able to catch, not just broken features, but also just like, glitches, performance issues, UX issues, just like all sorts of bugs that can just like creep into AI built apps and are hard to really, to find and fix, even with automated testing. Our secondary goal is that we want the reporting to just be both accurate and comprehensive. With like if there's a bug in there, like we want to be able to find it, and we also want to be able to report bugs accurately so that your agent really doesn't go off the rails when trying to fix things. I think this is the pretty new product. It is evolving pretty rapidly. Right now, like we have two different modes for using it. First where you just kind of drop in a URL, and just have it start exploring and filing bugs based on it. And then second, where you can link things with GitHub. This is something we just launched this week. In this case, you can both get in a set of initial bug reports, but also be able to get bug reports as changes are made to the app. Like it will monitor the app, it will see what changes are being made, it will test the app incrementally and file new bug reports like as soon as it notices them. For this talk, I'll be showing demos for both of these different modes, and and then another brief live demo just showing how easy it is to set up. So I'm going to just launch into the first demo here. So this is like an app that I built with Lovable, in the past couple of days. Here's the actual full app itself. Like it's an issue tracker. I mean, like, I think that the Lovable, these other sorts of tools, I mean, they're great for building, internal software, things that you can use to help run a business. But they can be a little rougher on the edges. Like this app, looks pretty nice, but it doesn't really work very well. I think that like a lot of this functionality doesn't work. The new issue button doesn't work. A lot of the things on the buttons on the side don't really do anything. There's like another bug here where like pressing this X button also doesn't work. I mean, it's like it looks nice, but it's not really very functional. With Replay QA, what I just did, like instead of having to report all these issues individually, to the Lovable agent and have it go and fix them, I just like took this URL and just fed it to Replay QA. And what it came up with was this report. You found like 21 bugs in this app. And the way in which we'll get to the bugs in a minute, but like the way in which it finds these things is that it first does an exploration when it loads things, and you can see in the exploration tab here in Replay QA what exactly it's doing while it's exploring the app. It's kind of going through, it has like this 6-minute or so exploration where it just started to understand like what is the app doing, what are its different features, just trying to like probe through the UI, just trying to explore it thoroughly and understand like what it's capable of doing. Once it's finished that exploration, it will generate a bunch of these journeys, which are different user flows through the app, which we want to be able to work. So we want to be able to load the main page. I mean, that's just kind of pretty basic. But then there's all sorts of other user flows which the app should be able to support. And it will just like after enumerating these, it just goes and tests all of them and looks to see like do they actually like do the right thing. And for example, if there's like one that doesn't work, this sort of add a comment to an issue, you can just jump in here and see like, well, when it tried to add a comment to an issue, what did it end up doing? What was the process by which it tried to do this? So you can see it like typing in the comment there in the lower right, but when it clicks the comment button, nothing happens. This is yet another feature of the app that isn't really working very well. And so like once it discovers this issue, it will file a bug. And if we go back to the the bugs page here, we can see like all of the bugs which it ended up filing. I mean, there's so there's quite a few here, but the let me look for the close button. Yeah, so like that close button issue that we worked with, that close button bug that we looked at earlier. This was a it's just like it tries to close, it's trying to close the button. It's trying to close the issue. It's not working. And let's see, and so and after noticing that it's not working, like what it will be doing is that it's using the replay browser to replace time travel debugger, to actually understand, like, well, why does the close button not work? Because this isn't like actually like functionality that Lovable failed to implement. It actually just like implemented it incorrectly. We can see like this root cause which replay QA came up with. It's describing the actual wiring between the React components, and finding like, well, what is the actual underlying problem that caused the close button to fail to work. It noticed that there's this, some command here that it's not, that is incorrect, and it's coming up with this pretty detailed explanation of what the actual problem is, and doing it in a way in which the agent is going to be able to fix things. But like this level of detail, I mean, I'm just kind of showing like what replay QA is actually doing, like under the hood. When you're just using this, when you're just trying to get the app working, there's just like there's a very simple next step here. So it's like, once it's finished going through the app, once it's finished exploring, once it's finished finding all the bugs, you just hit this copy bug reports button, and all that does is it just like just copies all the bug reports into into your clipboard, and then you can paste that back into Lovable, and and it'll just go and fix all the issues that you reported. I did that to the Lovable project that we shared earlier, and this is kind of like the resulting app from that. And this thing is actually something that works reasonably well. So we have like the X button works, the close button works. If I create a new issue, hey, that works. I can type in a new issue here, and it'll show up. It'll open here. I can comment on it, which we saw was also broken. Here is a comment. And you can see that the comment functionality works as well. So like we took all we gave those 21 bugs to Lovable, just went through them one by one and it fixed them. And then the resulting app is just like much more functional without me really having to do any actual real work. Like all I did was I asked Lovable to build an issue tracker, and then I fed it to Loop QA. Then I fed the bug reports from Loop QA back into Lovable, and I got like a pretty good app just out of doing those few steps. After doing this, I ran replay QA again on the resulting app, and and it still found some more bugs. Like it found 6 bugs, but like these are like new issues. Like there's still some things that are not working right in the app. And what I could do, copy these bug reports again, paste them back into Lovable, and just kind of like keep going back and forth between those two, to make to really get the app working pretty well without really me having to do any actual work. Let's see. And that's kind of, those are kind of like, the core steps involved, in using the, in using the mode, that first mode that we talked about, where you just like feed replay QA, a specific URL and ask it to debug things. I mean, like it will find, quite a few issues, and, not just in like, basic apps like this, but, more sophisticated ones. Like it's looking for polish issues, it's looking for functionality gaps. Like you'll be able to find issues in, in pretty much any app that you throw at it, unless it's like, super highly polished, like google.com. Like it's not really going to find bugs in that one. I think though that the second mode that we talked about, in the first slide, in terms of being able to QA things continuously, using GitHub is, it's a pretty good fit, for a lot of vibe coding workflows. And I'm just going to do like a kind of a quick demo of how that looks, because this is pretty new. But this is a, let's see, this is a third version of the issue tracker. Essentially, like, I took like the issue tracker that I created that I showed a few minutes ago, and I asked that the Kanban should be draggable. There's a Kanban board in here. Like in the earlier versions of the app, it didn't work very well, but like it works in this one. And what I wanted to be able to do is, be able to use replay QA, to check that it's actually going to work as I check that it's actually going to work, without having to test it myself. So what I did was I created a replay QA project, for this version of Lovable, And then what I did was I synced it with GitHub. So when you use Lovable over here, you can go into the settings and get here, and just sync the project with GitHub. And I don't know why I didn't do that. I mean, yeah, so it's already synced here. You just sync it to GitHub. And what this means is that every time that Lovable, makes a change, to the app, it, will push it to GitHub. And then we can detect this on the Replay QA side and look for deployments and actually make sure that, hey, once you've deployed the app, that the resulting version is going to, it's just it'll be able to start testing the new version of the app. If you go back to the Replay QA project here, we can see that, I loaded it in, with the main version of the app here, it created its initial set of journeys. And, and then when I, pushed that change to, to enable the Kanban board, and deployed it, we were able to detect that change. And so under the change description here, we can see that, oh, hey, we see that it enabled the Kanban drag and drop. And then below this, that the Replay QA responded by testing whether the actual Kanban actually functions. It created this new journey, making sure that, hey, we can actually move an issue between the columns by drag and drop. And yeah, so here it is, in the drag and drop, in the Kanban view. I'm just gonna speed this up. Okay, so it's about to perform the drag and drop. Yep, so there. Okay, so it was able to successfully test that, the Kanban drag and drop, functionality works. And so I asked Lovable, to build the Kanban, to make the Kanban movable. It's just we were able to use QA to test it. In this case, the Kanban functionality worked, so it didn't file a bug. But what I'm able to do with Lovable, when I have it linked with Replay QA this way, is I can just focus on building. I don't have to keep building and then testing to make sure the new functionality works. I can just keep building out the app the way that I want. And and then just Replay QA will just watch everything I'm doing. It'll just test all the new functionality. It'll make sure everything is working. And then when it finds bugs and files them, I can just paste them into Lovable, to fix them. I don't need to actually do the manual QA when I'm building this out using Lovable. And that's, that's really, kind of the, the core, part of the experience, that we're trying to create with Replay QA. I think, for the next part of the talk, I'm just going to show, what is needed to, set up a project. This is also fairly straightforward, but this will be, more of a live demo where I can show, what's involved in creating this. So this is, a completely different app that I built using Lovable. It's a CRM, I think, for a small batch distillery. And what I've done so far is, I've just asked Lovable to build it. I haven't, I haven't done any testing. I haven't done anything else really to try the app out, but I have, published it, to this site. If I want to create a project with a Replay QA, all I have to do is go to qa.replay.io. So this is kind of the new project, flow for the, for setting up Replay QA. There's a few different options here. I mean, I'm going to show you the flow when you're using things through the UI, but you can also, just you can also, use your coding agent to just talk to this directly. So if I'm using Lovable, I can't really, connect to, connect to this API. But if you're using Claude Code, if you're using Codex, if you're using Cursor, you can just use this prompt. And if you have an app that you're building with the tool, you can just take this prompt and feed it, to your agent. And what it will do is it will create the project. It will go and wait for bugs to appear, and then when those bugs appear, it will just go and fix them. So it will kind of do that complete autonomous development loop that I was kind of doing by hand, by copying bug reports back into Lovable earlier. This is an alternate way, of using Replay QA, but has all the same power, and it's just a little bit more convenient, if you're used to using CLI based coding agents. The and then but going back to the to using the user interface to create this, all I'm just going to do, is paste that lovable URL into this. I can, there's some settings I can, configure here. Like I can tell it like, what parts of the app I want it to test. I can specify, so it's like, what parts of the app I want to polish, how I want it to, like the sort of issues I want to look for within the app. If you have like an app that is protected by, if you have an app that is protected by a login screen, you have a couple of options. I mean, you can either just, let the agents, just register their own test accounts, which may or may not be the right choice depending on the app. You can also use this add credential screen. You can like give it specific credentials it can use to log in, is often like a good choice because then you can like, identify the activity, from the QA agent, and distinguish it from, normal user activity. This design document lets you specify the all the different features which the app is supposed to have. So if you have like a design document and you want to be able to make sure that the app is actually respecting that design document, you can fill this out, and in this case, like it will make sure that hey, the features that are supposed to be there are actually in place and working. I have a couple of advanced options, but the main one here is just like this reverse proxy. So like if you have an app that is only running on your local machine or like running behind a firewall or just like otherwise not accessible to the public internet, you can use this reverse proxy mode, which essentially means that you'll need to set up, it'll give you instructions for this, but you'll need to set up a proxy like on a machine that can actually reach the app. And then the replay QA will call into your machine essentially to browse the app and can do so, report issues, even if it can't actually, access the app itself. So those are the main options that are available here, but, I'm not going to, set any of those, for this lovable app. I'm just going to, start QA. And so this will take a couple of minutes for it to go, but essentially like it'll be doing that initial exploration that we showed earlier for for the lovable issue tracker as well. What it will do is that it's spawning things in the background, but the what it's going to create a container. It's going to start exploring the app. Like what we're doing is that we are using Playwright in the back end, essentially just to puppet the browser, be able to explore it using the agent. I think while I'm waiting for this, though, I'm going to show the GitHub integration so that we can get that running. So what I can do is like on this GitHub tab is I can connect this to GitHub, and what I will need to do first, though, is set up that GitHub URL in Lovable. Let's see. So this is over here, settings, Git. Okay, so what Lovable has done is that it has created this GitHub repository in under bhack 1024 under my GitHub account. I can copy this link onto here. Oh, okay. So this is we can see here that the exploration has started. Watch this for a minute. See how it's exploring things. So it's going to create an account, and so it's able to log in and see, and then be able to actually see what's actually inside the app. Okay, so it's created its account. Yeah, so and at this point, it's going to start, checking out like what all the different options are on the page, just trying to understand, what the app is able to do. And then it will start browsing. So yeah, it looked at the dashboard, it saw what was there. Now it's gone to the accounts page, is trying out, the new account button. It's the this is kind of like this initial exploration is just trying to see, what's there in the app. It's not trying to test it and really make sure that things are working. It's just trying to understand, like what the app's features are. All I did was I give it a URL and it has to figure out everything else on its own. So we'll let that keep simmering for a few minutes while it's doing the exploration. Let's finish the GitHub integration. So if I connect this here, all right, it's not installed yet, so I can set up the GitHub app here. I need to get a one-time passcode. Okay, so what we have here is this Replay QA app. This is what we use to to connect Replay QA with GitHub. And what you have to do is all you have to do is specify the repositories which you want Replay QA to be able to access. So this is, I think, Spirit Customer Keeper. Yep, that one right there. I'm going to save this. This is actually prompting me to create a new repository, to create a new connection, which I don't want to do. But let me go back here and try this again. All right, now it's installed. Okay. So it's detected that it's installed, that it's able, to connect the Replay, it's able to connect the Replay QA project to the GitHub repository. What I'm going to be doing here is I will just kind of leave it on the default settings here. So we have this like detect main branch deployments. This is kind of like the simplest way for Replay QA to detect when there are new changes to test. Essentially it needs to know when there's like a new version of the app available, so it can go and understand like, well, what are the changes made since the previous version, and and what are the changes that it needs to be able to test. Pull request testing is also going to be coming soon. That should be out available next week. With that, then you can, when you have like a PR flow in your app development, you can gate the approval of PRs on whether QA has tested and made sure that things are working. But I'll just do this link here for now. Okay. All right. So it has its initial version, and the exploration is still in progress. Okay. So you can see like it's still figuring out what is going on in the app. It's still doing its exploration, but I don't have to wait for it to complete. I can just start. Yeah, I can just go back to this project and start making changes to the CRM and and just start publishing new versions, and the QA will just be able to keep up with it. So let me know what's in here. Let me see what's going on. Oh, didn't like that password. All right, there it goes. All right. So this is like, I don't know, this is a pretty basic looking app. Let's see. Improve the styling. Make things tighter. I misspelled that, but it will figure out what I meant. While it's doing that, let's see what Replay QA is doing. All right, so QA has, it looks like it's getting towards the end of the exploration. It's like it figured out everything that was going on in the app, and it is starting to create the different journeys that are required. But it has not. It's getting close to the end of that process. I think pretty soon. Yep, right there. Okay. So it's finished its exploration. And at this point, it's going to, start working on, the rest of its testing. So it's come up with 15 different journeys for testing the app in different ways. It's also going to be polishing the app according to the different passes that we had earlier. The journey steps are where it's testing the functionality to make sure that things are actually working. The polish steps are where it is looking at recordings it's created and it's analyzing them for things that could use improvement. So it's looking, so even if the app is like technically working, you can still run into issues where it's just like, it's slow or it doesn't look very good. It's just kind of glitchy or janky. I mean, we're trying to catch, all of that information, things that are just like hard to do with traditional testing. The journeys here, so a lot of these, are not going to be available yet, but like we have the load main page journey, all these other stuff. I mean, this is going to take, depending on the app size, it's like 30 to 60 minutes for it to, completely finish analysis. But, at this point, like there's nothing I need to do other than just like watching it if I want to. If you create a QA project, you will get an email when QA finishes, so you can go and review the results. But yeah, and again, like if you are using a coding agent, it will just monitor the results and, fix any bugs, as they show up. All right, how's Lovable doing? Lovable is still trying to improve the app. I think we're just going to wait for this and then just publish the new version and see, see that the GitHub changes were picked up and that it's going to be able to start analyzing that. Yeah, so some of the polishing is starting to complete. So it looks like, it's going to be doing polishing both in looking at the exploration and just that initial main page journey. So we can see that it has looked for glitches. It hasn't really found anything, but all the other polish passes are still in progress. So those might turn up something, but it's a pretty simple app. So we'll see. Well, we'll finish this. Whatever. Interact. Yeah. All right. I guess that looks a little bit better. I'm gonna wait for Lovable to finish this job. Okay. Did it go blank? Okay. All right. So it's created a new version of the app. And so if we go over to replay QA, if we look in the GitHub, if you look in the GitHub tab, basically what's happened is that it has detected that the app has changed because there was a push to GitHub, but it hasn't actually, seen a deployment yet, and it won't be able to start testing until the app is deployed. But I can do that from the Lovable UI pretty easily. I just go to this publish thing and update it. You can do it. All right. Okay. The publish is finished. And what we'll see here is that it will, should be able to pick up the new deployment and, understand what the changes that were being made. Yep, there it goes. Okay. So it detected that, there was a new version of the app that was deployed, and, we can see the change description here. We can see like it tightened the page and the card padding. I'm not going to wait for it to, and now it's going to like analyze and understand like, well, what does it need to change? It's going to create new journeys. But I think at this point, that's, let's see. Oh, I found a bug. Okay. So what did it find? Okay. Yeah. So it doesn't like the fact that, the sign in button, like if you try to sign into the app, if we go back here, like if I just click the sign in button, yeah, it's enabled, but it doesn't actually, work. So, it's a minor issue, but I think it's something that, some users would notice if there was, blank email and password, but this button is still enabled. It's just not really the best user experience. And so that's kind of like, an example of the sort of polish issue that we want to be able to pick out, without, just from these apps. And let's see, and it'll just keep doing this. It will keep cranking away, and filing bugs. It will continue to analyze changes that are being made by pushing to GitHub, by deploying new versions of the app. It'll just kind of keep pace with me as I'm developing using Lovable. And so it's not just a tool that I use at the end of my development process, but it can really be integrated pretty deeply into it, provide that QA that is just happening just asynchronously while I'm building. So that's kind of like the demo piece of the talk. I just have so that's and kind of wrap up here, but I wanted to conclude just by saying that so we just launched Replay QA last week. It is evolving and improving pretty rapidly. One of the main things that we are looking for from people right now is to let us know how we can help. Like, we want to understand, like, what are the vibe coding workflows that you're using? What are the best ways in which Replay QA can really be able to help you and provide all the information that you need to to be able to be able to get your apps into the shape that you want them to be. Because, like, our core belief here is that AI has made building software incredibly easy, but the many other parts of the software development lifecycle have not really kept up, in particular QA. And we believe that QA should be as cheap and as easy as building is, and we feel that Replay QA is like a great tool to make this possible. We have a few different plans. We try to make the pricing pretty generous for Replay QA. So there is a free plan where you can just, like, if you just have like a couple small apps you're QAing, you can just continue QAing and maintaining those for free. At an individual plan, that's kind of like when you have like a few larger apps, something that you're working on regularly, or that where you just have a stronger need for QA. And a team plan where is really just for teams that are like building and maintaining a dozen or more apps, really a pretty significant amount of usage. We also have plans available where even if your usage goes above the free tier, if you are sharing your app in builder communities, you can QA those apps for free. Like, we want to encourage people to be able to share their apps in the open. We feel that like the builder communities and just like everything that has grown up around AI development is just like so incredibly good. Like, we want to be able to encourage that, and encourage people being able to share apps that have been like vetted and QA'd ahead of time. And you just really want to be able to help you with that. Second area is that if you give us feedback on how QA is doing, whether it's like missing bugs that you think it should catch, whether there are other problems with the bugs that it's filing or other problems with the app, you can report these through QA itself. There's like functionality for reporting a missing bug, for reporting a problem with the bug. And like, if you give us feedback this way, you'll also get usage refunded, because we are looking really to just tune and make this system as good as it can be. But that's the talk. So does anyone have any questions?
Great, Brian. Right. So it was really awesome to have you and talk about one of the major issue. Like, everyone is trying to build their apps, but the QA seems to be a thing that nobody's caring. Like, I personally sometimes, like, I build apps, but when it comes to the QA, I rely specifically on the LLMs only. But I like one thing I found out, like, suppose Claude is doing a QA, and then when it comes to ChatGPT, that same QA comes out to be that's a bad QA done. So that comes into a kind of jeopardy that we really don't have singularity on the part. So, by the way, Brian, we have officially crossed like 46,000. So that itself is a big thing. See, so yeah,
That's great.
let's see. Like, we do have, yeah. So, Brian, we do have some questions from some of our viewers. So we have one, like, how does Replay QA distinguish between the actual root cause of a bug and symptoms that appears later in the execution flow, especially in distributed or microservices?
Oh, yeah, that's a really good question. I think that kind of goes to the heart of what of the advantages of using a time travel debugger. because when you're using a time travel debugger, like you can see the symptoms that appear, the symptoms that like of the bug, the things that the user actually sees, but then you can actually go and rewind, you can trace the execution flow and see everything that caused, the current situation to cause those symptoms to come about, and be able to identify the root cause, because it causes the later issues. So it's that view into the past is what lets replay QA, identify the actual root cause.
Okay. Okay, this I think is a good one. Was the most surprising bug that Replay QA found automatically that a team might have otherwise missed?
Oh, that's a good question. I think for me, I think a lot of the most surprising bugs are, small little like UI issues, like when you're just, clicking around the UI, if you're just like, say, even just like clicking on a card or something, it's just like it doesn't really work very well. It's just like these are things that, like are hard to miss, but really kind of, impact, the usability of the apps, quite a bit. I think, what we want QA to be able like to dig around and, test all the different user flows, but really making sure that things are well polished and, working well is just like, it's something it's just like, it's hard to find those things even when you're testing manually.
Yep, right. So yeah, we do have quite a bit questions. So yeah, next question coming your way. Like, if a dev team could only automate one part of their QA process today, where would you recommend they start?
I would definitely recommend that people, QA, any sort of web apps that they're releasing, that they're putting out in public. I mean, I think, being able to use, replay QA is just like a gate on that, or not even a gate, but just like a way just to sanity check things. Like if you were putting this out and giving it to users, you can just feed into replay QA and just see what it comes up with.
Okay. Okay. What was the biggest technical challenge in building a system that can automatically investigate bugs instead of just reporting them?
Oh, that's a really good question. I think certainly the biggest technical challenge I think has been, getting, LLMs to work well, with our time travel debugger. We want it to be able to, use, like we were talking about earlier about, that identifying the actual root cause instead of the symptoms. It requires, the LLM to be able to trace things back in like a systematic way, not take shortcuts, not make assumptions. And, getting LLMs to do that, it's kind of like it's a little bit harder than it seems. But, what we've come up with is this sort of judging system, or it's just like we have the LLM, describe the bug, and then what we will do is then we will have, a separate judging system, look at that, look at that explanation of the bug and the evidence that the LLM has gathered, and make sure that it's actually sufficient and that its conclusions actually, match the evidence that it has gathered.
Great. So we do have a question from Rohit. What advice would you give developers who are skeptical about letting AI participate in debugging process? Oh, that's a good one.
Oh, yeah, it's definitely a good question. I mean, there's definitely a lot of, reasons to be skeptical about AI. I think for me, it's just like, it's just a great tool, that I think is just like, it's a way to, just really enhance, a developer's capabilities. I mean, it's not a replacement, for what a developer is doing when they're debugging, but, it's just like, being able to use, QA just to like, just throwing it in an app, seeing what it comes up with. And then, maybe not, kind of like blindly pasting in the bug reports lovable like I did earlier, but actually, just like reviewing these, seeing what it came up with, seeing the quality of that, I think will help a lot with, with making sure that like that the AI is actually helping.
Okay. So we have DPK Tevatia. So is saying where do you see the biggest opportunities for AI in software testing that are still not covered, I would say?
Yeah, I think in terms of things that are largely unsolved, I think that, even when you're using like a QA service like this, we still don't, it's still going to miss bugs. And I think really trying to understand, like, what is the real gap, between what, automated QA is able to uncover and like the actual complete space, I would say, of all the bugs that are in the software is trying to figure out how to close that gap, trying to figure out how to get AI to be able to uncover those real tricky corner cases, is going to be it's only going to be really big, I think, in the coming year or so.
Okay. So this one is especially from my side.
Mhm.
So nowadays, one thing that I've seen over the different apps is the personalization and how effective you can learn about the user patterns. Like, so can you elaborate on that part from the replay side?
Yeah, so I don't think we have much functionality in place like this for now, but it is something we're going to be adding soon. I feel that what someone like think what different people think are good bugs, it varies, between people, and we want QA to be able to learn people's preferences about what bugs they want to see, and adapt to that. So we'll be like incorporating like that sort of report problem issue that I talked about earlier, where you can say like, hey, I don't really like this bug report. Like we'll be able to use this, to shape our preferences and make sure that that QA is kind of reporting the things that we're actually interested in seeing.
Okay, so we have our next question coming. The way that what metrics should engineering leaders track to measure whether automated QA is actually improving the software quality? Oh, great.
Mhm. That was definitely a good question. I think I think a lot of it comes down to real user monitoring. Like you want to be able to see like what errors people are hitting, once the app has been deployed. And you want to be able to see like, well, when you've deployed, when you are using automated QA, it should be catching the sort of issues that are showing up, later and that users are hitting in practice. Like we want QA to be, to be finding these ahead of time so you're not shipping them to users. And then we want to be able to, but we still need to be able to use the real user monitoring after the fact to make sure that, hey, QA is actually doing its job here, that it's finding the bugs which are impacting users.
Okay. So before we go on to the next question, one thing that I would personally want to ask, like suppose there nowadays there are people who are doing some great startups, but they have their apps. So how, how do replay was can support them? Like small people, like they are just starting with their things, startups or small businesses.
Oh yeah, well, I think that's like a good fit for for the free plan on Replay QA. I mean, it's just like if you only have one app that you're just kind of starting up, that you're focusing on building, like it should be able to fit into the free plan. You should be able to to QA that, and then as the app gets larger and more complex, as your like as development accelerates, there might be a time when you like switch up to the individual plan.
Okay. Related to that, for startups and small teams with limited QA resources, where do you see the biggest value in adopting Replay QA?
I think so Replay QA is definitely like a really good fit for small teams and individuals that really don't have the resources for dedicated team members. Because in this case, like if the biggest value essentially is in just getting back that time. Like if you are a small team, if you don't have a dedicated QA, you have to test each release by hand, which can take hours, maybe days. And you talk to people who spend multiple days a week on QA, and being able to use Replay QA to automate a lot of that, just and be able to like show you the receipts, be able to show you all the different flows that are working. It just saves a lot of time, and lets you ship a better product faster and more easily.
Okay. So yeah, that how does Replay QA handle the highly dynamic applications where the UI changes frequently due to feature flags, A/B testing, or the personalized UX? That's something that I would definitely like to know.
That's definitely a good question. I mean, that's something I think where where QA is kind of evolving, where we'll be improving things, over in the coming weeks. So if you want to get in touch with this, you'd be certainly be happy to have you as an early adopter. Essentially, like what I feel needs to happen is we need to have a better connection between replay QA, and kind of the deployment environment, like, because we want QA to be able to test when you're doing A/B testing. Like, you want to QA both sides of that. It's just like when you're providing personalized user experiences, you want QA to be able to test each of those. And there's going to be some coordination that's needed between your development environment and replay QA, so that it kind of knows what it needs, all the different places it needs to visit to see the entire UI surface of the application.
Okay. So this would be the last question for the day. When replay QA suggests an automated fix, how do you validate its correctness and prevent AI generated changes from introducing regressions and security issues?
Okay, yeah, it's definitely a really important question. I think that in terms of validation, I think that QA itself is part of that validation. So, like, if it suggests a fix, the agent apply when QA like identifies a bug and describes the root cause, and the agent goes and fixes things, what it will actually do is QA will go and retest that flow to make sure that, hey, the actual fix, things are actually working now, the bug is actually fixed. That doesn't help you with like all regressions or all security issues. So I definitely recommend layering replay QA with like static code review tools, things like Codo or CodeRabbit, that are just like looking at the actual source code for issues.
Okay. So at the last, like, so some of our viewers, they maybe want to go into the same field of going into the QA or maybe user testing, and like there are people who are very concerned about security, because in the age of AI, having things which can go wrong is can be anything. So how do you, like, what would you like to say to them, or any advice you want to give them?
I think that definitely security is like really critically important, in the AI era, especially like when we, things are evolving so fast. People are using AI, to start looking for security holes in applications and so forth. I think like being able like paying attention to your application architecture, making sure like from the get go that it is well designed for security, is really important. I think certainly like on the QA side, like we don't have a security pass right now, but we are planning on rolling one out, I think probably within the next month or so. But like there's a little bit of trickery involved there, because we don't want to like start QAing like any old website, for security issues, because like we don't want to be like accidentally red teaming, someone's some public website that you don't actually own.
Yeah, definitely. So, guys, this was Brian. So, he is from replay.io. I would highly recommend everyone to just have a look at their platform. Do try the free plan, because nowadays, like, I personally build apps, so I know that how effective it can be. Sometimes when the app is working on your local, it can go good, but when it comes to the product, it really creates a lot of I would say a huge issue, and you don't want to get onto with the startup and then end up turning into a fact that your app is not secure. So do go and visit our replay, get your app audited, try to get maximum out of that. And we do have some of our saying thanks, man. So I think everyone did enjoy like how if effective we have been. And so yes, it was an info fantastic session, Brian. So yeah, so thank you, Brian, for the time. And guys, if you guys have anything else, you guys can please reach out to the social media for the replay IO, as well as you will find Brian and other pivotal teammates on LinkedIn and all the social medias. You guys can connect to onto their website. So thanks, Brian. Thanks for the time and sharing the knowledge.
Yeah, thank you, Rohit. It's been great. Thanks, everyone.
Yeah. Yeah. So we just ended with how effective it can be. Now, before moving on, let's get on to the Okay, so guys, hope you guys are enjoying what we have been coming through. We have come a lot of way. We started back at 7:15 EST, that is around 5 p.m. IST, and like it's almost I would say that it's almost 11. Hope you guys are enjoying and learning a lot. Tighten your seats. We will be having more and more things coming our way. So now let's see, guys. One important thing that I would say is important is that you need to be very cautious about the tokens you use. Now, one thing that I've seen throughout my vibe coding journey of like more than a year, like I've worked on many things, and then by the way, like some days back, I shared on my LinkedIn that I was able to use 3.1 billion tokens. So that's I would say that's really huge. So from the my perspective, what I can help you and guide you is that be very specific on the amount of token you are using, because there are chances where you will end up spending tokens and the output will be zero. What I would say, like in my terms, would be ROI is zero, return on investment. You are investing your time, you are investing your tokens, but at the end, you end up getting nothing. So I would really want your, if somebody from the audience, from the users and the viewers, do you believe the same thing that using prompts and spending tokens are important? Tokens is the new economy. By the and till the time we get some responses, we can play some of the brandings from our sponsors.
Welcome to Sharp Economy, WOWN, where innovation meets rewards. Sharp Economy is a powerful ecosystem where tokens connect games, learning, and real rewards.
Play games, learn new skills, and earn Sharp tokens inside the Sharp Rewards app. Download the Sharp Rewards app today and experience the future of Sharp Economy. Explore Sharp Economy. Scan the QR to get started instantly.
So yeah, Sharp Economy. Sharp Economy is the one of the sponsors and the partner for this vibe coding journey. You guys download the Sharp Rewards app and then get into the world of Web3 economy. As Mahesh talked about the AI natives, so they have been playing a vital role into that part. And with that, we have our next speaker, Mr. Akshay. So welcome, Akshay.
Hey Rohit, thank you so much. How are you doing?
Doing awesome. Like it has been great. Like currently we are at 33K viewership. So
That's
and
amazing.
there are n number of people like enjoying. And
Absolutely,
I
absolutely.
see
Me too.
your
I've been enjoying
session is
the
kind of
conference.
yes. So I see your session title is Vibe Coding that actually works, moving from Hack India hype to strategic product delivery. That's really an awesome topic for everyone who like everyone has been part of this hackathon for the product. So yeah, this is all over to you, Akshay. Thank you.
And thank you so much. Looking forward to it. Let me go ahead and share my screen.
Yes, please.
All right. Let me know once it's visible.
Yep.
All right, perfect. Thank you so much, Rohit. First of all, this has been such an amazing conference so far. So many people have shared so many great insights about vibe coding, and we've like seriously got to hear about all the different aspects of vibe coding. I'm just here to add a little bit from my side as well. Before I do that, my name is Akshay Rana. I am a product manager and I'm working with Thrivecart right now. I'm based in London and I'm originally from New Delhi, India. Now, let me just get started with the presentation. This entire conference is all about vibe coding. But before I go along and talk more about it, I wanted to just clarify what I'm going to cover as part of vibe coding. Now, vibe coding has kind of become a very catch-all term, and it can mean so many different things to so many different people. When I look at vibe coding, I can basically classify into these two aspects. One is vibe coded workflows. This is when somebody is basically using Cursor, Codex, Claude Code, all those applications to basically automate workflows either for themselves or for a larger organization. That's one aspect of vibe coding. And then there is a completely separate aspect of vibe coding where we think about vibe coding apps. This is where somebody is trying to build an application, and ideally, they are not just building it for themselves, they're building it at least for one more persons or for thousands of users. And in some cases, they even want to create a startup out of that. So that is what I'm terming as vibe coded applications. And some popular platforms to do that are Base44, Lovable, and a bunch of others. Now, the focus of my presentation is going to be this latter use case, which is I'm going to be talking about vibe coded applications. On one side, I believe that everyone should definitely work on vibe coded workflows because it can help you achieve a lot of efficiency, productivity. But when we are talking about vibe coded applications, the general, like the basic thoughts that are going around are that everyone should be vibe coding their own applications in startups. Now, I'm just going to be here challenging that notion and see whether everyone should actually be vibe coding these applications or not. Now, before I go forward, I would like to say sometime earlier, there was a Super Bowl ad that was released by Base44. I'm not sure if a lot of you have already seen it. Let me see if I can quickly share that. And for those of you who've not seen the ad already, I think this might give you an idea of what vibe code, how far vibe coding has come.
Nina just built an app.
Impossible. Nina can't code. Interesting. Can it generate reports?
I can now.
Nice. So you're saying we can all build apps now?
Yeah.
I'm on lunch. I gotta make a call.
I'll be right back.
Just built an inventory tracker. Protein calculator. Book sharing app.
A workflow manager that
Tracks who still owes for the group lunch.
Trash duty schedule.
Since no one seems to care.
Just built a
I just created a goal tracking system.
We built the same thing, didn't we?
Yep.
Can this thing manage contacts?
Is the SOC 2 compliant?
I want to animate this graph.
Create a party planner.
Profesor de Español.
An inter-office dating app.
For dogs. For office dogs. You know what I mean?
All right. So that was the famous Super Bowl ad by Base44. And this is when it felt like vibe coding has arrived. And the basic premise of that ad is that anyone and everyone in an office should and can vibe code applications. But contrast that with the case of an actual office where people are busy working on their marketing projects, sales team is busy selling stuff, and everyone has their own work cut out for themselves. And it's hard for people to find 30 minutes even for their lunch. So is it really possible for people to create all kinds of applications that this ad just showed? Well, maybe, maybe not. Let's go ahead. Now, before I actually get started with the rest of the presentation, these are the basic topics I'll be covering. I'll be giving you an example of a good way that vibe coding worked for me. Then I'll be giving you an example of something that did not really work out for somebody when they tried out vibe coding. The third option is basically the insights that came out of this entire process. And finally, I'll share a simple framework that may help you to find out whether or not vibe coding is for you or not. Now, just a little bit of a backstory about myself. I would consider myself a non-techie technical person. What I actually mean by that is, even though I come from a computer science engineering background, I chose to get into product management, which is like the softer side of software development. And why I say I'm a non-techie technical person is that I won't be confident in saying that I can stand by the kind of code that's coming out of these AI platforms if it was something that I had coded. So I have the basic grasp of all of the software engineering principles, but I never really chose to go down that direction. I ultimately chose to go down the other direction, where I found working on the application side or the problem solving side much more enticing rather than the actual writing code stuff. So my background was in computer science engineering. The first time I actually wrote production code was when I was working on my own software startup. That was the first time I actually built a front end application. And this was the time that I realized, okay, it's actually fun to code your own applications. But then the startup did not work out, and I decided to move on to become a full-time product manager. As a product manager, I got to be on the other side of these applications, where I interacted with people, tried to understand what problem a product is actually solving, and tried to connect all of those different dots that basically needs to be distilled before the first line of code is actually written. And that gave me an idea and appreciation for everything that goes into developing a good product. And that's what last 10 years of my career has been all about, working as a working as a product manager, but not really coding. And then a couple of years back, with the advent of Lovable and all of these different vibe coding softwares, I finally got a chance to basically revisit my love for building front-end applications. And I basically just started finding some time to build these applications from scratch. And that's where I would consider myself to be at present. Now, moving on, I would like to share my own journey of how I have worked with these vibe-coded applications. And this is the part where I would say how vibe coding has actually worked out well for me. The basic mindset, I'll talk about the basic mindset before I actually give you these examples. So when a non-technical person like me is going about building vibe-coded applications, the mindset that I keep is that I'm not here to build a startup. I'm just here to prove one thing to myself. And that thing can be a very, very small goal. It can be, okay, I just want to get my feet wet. I want to start experimenting again. Or it can be that I want to participate in a hackathon and see how it goes. Or it can be that I want to basically build something that goes out in production and can find some users. So it can be any kind of a goal, but setting a small goal. After that, the vibe coding part is where we have the option today that we can build things fast. And then third thing is basically iterating on what you've already done, learning from your mistakes, using and repeating this loop again and again to always keep on becoming better than what you had done earlier. So that's the basic mindset that I've always kept. Now, let me share how I have myself went through this loop. Now, the first time I started working on Lovable was basically trying to revisit my love for Chrome extensions. I find that Chrome extensions are a great way to basically build a software that you feel like is live and it follows you around. And if there is any kind of a tool or utility that you need in your day-to-day work, building a Chrome extension is the simplest thing that you can do to basically help yourself. So the first time I completed this loop was I ran into a very common use case wherein I was continuing to write same kind of prompts again and again. And I had to use the same prompt in multiple places. So I thought, why not build a Chrome extension so that I can save all these prompts and I can just copy, paste, and put it in ChatGPT and just reuse them. So this was the first time I actually iterated on this entire vibe coding, on this entire vibe coding flow through this particular application called Prompt Saver. I whipped up the quick prototype using Lovable, basically gave it a user experience, which allowed me to add a prompt that I was commonly using, give it a name, give it a title, give it an option to basically just copy it. And then wherever I am, whether I'm using ChatGPT, Claude or any other LLM application. I could just simply paste the prompt and started using it. Now, just creating this extension and being able to use it myself was the end goal. I wasn't looking at this point of time to ship it, have thousands of users. I was just looking to solve my own problem. And with this particular application, well, by the way, this still lives in my browser and I still continue to use it. I was able to basically complete this entire loop, but for myself. Goal was I wanted to build something small, help myself fix a problem that I was facing myself. And the output was a tool that I was able to basically use and basically get my feet wet. And the success metric was whether I enjoyed the process or not. So yes, I definitely did that. Now, the second time I completed this loop was since I had already understood how to build these applications. I had deployed a Chrome extension on my own browser. I thought, let's move to the next step. I wanted to build something that I could deploy on a Chrome web store. As a product manager and as a lazy product manager, I think I do not work well without timelines or without deadlines. So I thought might as well join a hackathon so that it gives me a clear deadline to work towards and forces me to frame an idea that I can basically create a solution out of. So I ended up joining a hackathon. And when I did that, I started thinking of different ideas that I could probably whip up a quick solution for. And one of the ideas was we tend to spend a lot of time in going through a lot of AI slop that's generated online, doom scrolling on Instagram and all these different applications. I thought I have so many different bookmarks already saved, and I always wanted to revisit those bookmarks at some point of time. Why not build something that replaces all of that doom scrolling with me just getting a option to review my own bookmarks and turning doom scrolling into joy scrolling? So that was the basic idea. Once I had this idea, again, went into Lovable, started coding this entire Chrome extension myself, built this entire thing in like a couple of hours, gave it a couple of days, iterated on it, got some initial feedback, and was able to finally raise the bar by not only creating this Chrome extension for myself and deploying it on my browser, but I deployed it on a Chrome web store as well. So this application, Joy Scroller, is live on Chrome web store. That was my goal, and I was able to achieve it. Sorry. Yeah, sorry. And from that perspective, I was basically able to complete the entire loop. So goal was achieved. Now, did this idea become a big startup? No, it did not. Did I get thousands of users on the Chrome extension? No, I did not. But my goal was just going a step further, creating an application that not only lives on my own desktop, but is out there in production and anyone can use it if they want to. So that was the goal, and I was able to achieve it. Moving on, the third time I completed this loop was a problem that I was facing as a product manager internally within my company. I had created a Chrome extension earlier. I had the experience of building a Chrome extension and releasing it on a Chrome web store. The third time, I saw an opportunity arise for me when there was an internal hackathon planned for ThriveCart within my company itself. We had a very, very small team of engineers, and we had a long backlog of features to work on. And the problem that I was facing was there was not a lot of capacity from my engineering team to actually work on good AI-related features. And our roadmap scheduled all of these features like 6 months down the line. I was like very, impatient to bring that forward. So when this hackathon was announced internally within my company, I thought that this might be a good time to actually show the leadership team and everyone within the company what we are missing out on. So what I did was the product that I was leading at the time was an automated webinar platform. Basically, if you have a created webinar, you can post it and then it runs on its own and it acts as a lead funnel for your product. The issue is in order to create that entire video, people have to spend many hours planning, coming up with the script, building the slide deck and all those things. And my idea was simple. Can I take away all of those hours of work from users and turn it into like a 10-minute, compress all of that within 10 minutes? So can I give a platform to somebody that they can build an end-to-end webinar in under 10 minutes. So that was my goal. I used all of my previous experience of building Chrome extensions. So I chose Chrome extension as the way to basically build this out and quickly throw it out in front of our users. I built this entire workflow, which involved topic ideation. Then it went to generation of the script. The extension also helped people to create the outline for the slide deck. And then it also had an AI voiceover. End to end, it took you step by step through the entire process of building a webinar from scratch. And you could complete this entire process in under 10 minutes. Now, having built this application, my goal was to put it in front of the leadership, put it in front of the rest of the team, and just show what was possible if we were able to get some more engineers on my team and get more capacity so that all of this work could be completed sooner rather than later. Now, I wasn't expecting anything out of this myself, but when I presented this idea in the hackathon, this idea ended up winning the top prize. Along with the person that I built this application with, we ended up winning $5,000 as the prize money. And not only that, it was selected as the best idea. And I was able to get my leadership to notice that, okay, these are all the possibilities within the product. And I was able to get their approval to work on this roadmap for building this AI features and get some additional headcount of engineers on my team. Now, I'll contrast this with the fact whether this, once I had created this Chrome extension, did this the users? No, it did not. But the goal that I had set out for this extension was I would build it, and this would be a way for me to basically show what's possible to everyone within the company. So was I able to achieve my goal? This is the third time I completed the entire loop, and this is how I followed the entire process, where you start with a small goal, you use vibe coding to iterate quickly, and then you raise the bar next time you're doing it. Every time, what is success for you is something that you will have to define, but always be cognizant that it should have some kind of a goal that's meaningful for you, and also you should be confident about your skills, what you bring to the table, versus also be aware what is it that might not be possible with this particular prototype. So what I'm trying to say is that consider these, I personally consider all of these vibe coded applications as prototypes and not something that is production ready. Now, these were the examples of where vibe coded was done in the right way. Now, let me share an example of when vibe coding did not turn out really well for somebody. I've worked with a product manager earlier, and this is a typical product manager that you would consider a 10x PM. Like, they're really amazing. They've set out entire AI automated processes, and they're really great at executing things. So they're able to manage an entire platform with a very, very small team themselves. So kudos to this product manager. But the flip side of that is when somebody is really great at building these prototypes and doing a lot of automation, they start developing a sense that they can also remove everyone else from the team and basically do everything themselves. So the situation was the company wanted to basically modernize an existing platform that had thousands of users and was already earning dollars in revenue. But the plan was to basically completely reinvent the entire platform. So this product manager went ahead and crafted an entire prototype using these vibe coding softwares. They presented it to the leadership, they presented it within the team. Everyone really loved it. They were able to basically walk through the entire team through the entire platform. It was fast, it was really impressive, and they were able to collect feedback internally from the team. However, there were some very, very critical things that they skipped. They just wrote product requirement documents that were optimized for AI and not really for humans. There was, even though we had a lot of users on the existing platform, they completely skipped user testing with these actual users. And just before the product was going to hit production and development had already started on it, the product management got moved to another platform. So all of the context that lived with the product manager went away with them, and the team was left to just work on the platform on their own. And what was the result? Basically, it resulted in the creation of slopware. And what do I mean by a slopware? A vibe-coded application that does not survive production. When this application actually hit production, a lot of bugs surfaced, a lot of users started using it, and they were not just following the happy path that was covered in the lovable coded application. They were testing it in ways where the product manager could have not anticipated this product would be used. Kudos to that PM. They were brought back onto the team, and since they had all of these AI-assisted processes in place, they were able to get on top of the situation in a short span of time. But the entire point of like creating an application or creating a software that is or modernizing the previous software that was not working well was entirely lost with this newly created software. So this is exactly the version of a vibe coding application that gives it a bad name. And this is something that is completely avoidable. And this is an example of what can happen if a vibe coded application doesn't turn out the way it is ideally supposed to be working. So this was the two examples. Now the next part is basically me sharing my insights from these experiences and sharing a framework that you can probably use to code these applications yourself going forward into the future. So the first insight that I have from seeing good examples of vibe coding versus bad examples of vibe coding is that whenever somebody is doing this entire routine looks like this. You go onto a vibe coding platform, you whip up a fast demo using and you build out a clear prototype very soon. And just by creating this prototype, it gives you kind of a false confidence that, okay, this is a good product that you can put out in front of the users. And oftentimes people feel inclined to basically skip validations, skip engineering steps, skip user validation, skip building the documentation and all those things, which are very, very critical when it comes to developing good products. And what it leads to is creation of a fragile product, which if it's worked upon and if it's released in production, there are high chances that it's going to break. Now, this is something which is completely avoidable. If you just shift your mentality about what a vibe-coded application's purpose is, if you start thinking of vibe-coded applications as a hypothesis and something that you can create an experiment with, rather than thinking that this is something which is ready to launch, I think this is a problem that's easily fixable. Now, the second insight that I was able to gather was basically shipping versus scaling. Vibe-coded applications are very great if you want to create a rapid prototype. If you're just exploring the different kinds of user experiences on an application. Also, if you're trying to get stakeholders to align around an idea that you have, because it's easier for people to basically follow you along if you can show them something tangible rather than a PRD, a product requirement document, or a user flow diagram. So that's where a vibe-coded prototype is definitely a winner. And then if you have a very, very small use case where it's a single user or a couple of users and the stakes are not really high. Versus if you're building at scale, you need to be considering security, authentication, data integrity, all those things. When those are important for your product, it's important for you to keep scale in mind. And that might not be a good use case for building vibe-coded applications. If there are multiple users that are going to be using a particular application, if there are going to be large databases attached with this particular application, and especially if you are working in a compliance-heavy industry such as payments, banking, or cybersecurity, it's important to consider the implications of not really going to production with a vibe-coded prototype. Another insight is basically this entire process is great if you want to quickly prototype something and basically different ways that you can use this to gather momentum within the organization, validate an idea. You can gather quick user feedback. And this is something that you should be basically treating as a throwaway code and not necessarily something that you should be thinking you're inclined to take it to production. So if you have all those things in mind while you're building this prototype, you're on the right path. And then finally, you should be thinking about AI as an amplifier and not as a shortcut to build something that's production ready. If you think that a vibe coded prototype is something that is ready for production, I think you're in for a big mistake unless you're an engineer and you know what you're doing. So these are the two kinds of use cases. Think of AI as an amplifier. Treat treat these prototypes as something that you can iterate on and not necessarily as a final product. And these were basically my insights from this entire process. Now, some like very high level ideas in terms of where vibe coded solutions fall apart. This is basically compiling from everything that I've already shared before. These are some of the places where you'll see a vibe coded application might fall apart. It's good for a happy path, but not necessarily for error handling. It's great if you're just whipping up a quick prototype, but then the issues are it can lead to a lot of technical debt for your engineering team, and they'll spend a lot of time wasting in correcting the code that you've already written. If there is no real data for testing, then a lot of times the vibe coded application is going to fall flat on the face when it hits production. It is possible that there are going to be some security blind spots if it's not corrected at an early stage. And these are great for basically covering the happy parts. But if you plan it well, it's possible to basically increase test coverage. But by default, there's not a lot of good test coverage in these vibe coded prototypes. And then finally, a simple framework for anyone who just want to see whether or not they should build out a vibe coded prototype or not. So whenever you're thinking of a problem, is are you doing that to validate a hypothesis, or are you going to ship to real users? If you're validating a hypothesis, vibe coding is definitely great for you. But if you plan to ship to real users, I would advise getting in touch with somebody on your technical team as well. Now, does it touch sensitive data or payments? If not, vibe coded might be safe for you. If yes, again, as if you're a non-tech person, I would suggest getting in touch with the engineers and getting a second opinion before it actually touches production. And lastly, does it have one or few users, or is it something that people's lives depend upon? So if it's the first case, vibe coding is all right. But if it's something that's very critical for businesses or very critical for your users, I would advise just connect with your engineers first or somebody who has that engineering background and get your vibe coded prototype checked before you release it to actual users. Now, in conclusion, I would just like to say that using vibe coding, you can definitely move fast and learn. And engineering is the part where it can help your vibe coded platform to basically stick for a long term. And just to borrow a thought from one of my favorite movies, Ratatouille, Chef Gusteau in the movie says that everyone can cook. But what he really meant in the movie was that cooking is a form of self expression, and great cooks can basically come from anywhere. But he did not really mean that everyone should actually go out and cook. Same is true for vibe coding as well. What I mean is, anyone and everyone can vibe code, especially if you're using it to automate your own workflows. I would suggest 100% of the audience should definitely do that. But when you're looking at vibe coded applications, I believe everyone can code, but there are certain limitations to it. It is a great form of self-expression, and a great vibe coder can come from anywhere. It doesn't have to be someone who comes from an engineering background, but be cognizant of the fact of that there are limitations to vibe coded applications. That's all I had. Thank you so much.
Awesome, awesome, Akshay. There are some really good things that you talked about. Thank you for coming onto the Vibe Coder conference and enlightening us. So, so we have some of the people really liking your session. So there are many people saying amazing session. So yeah, thank you for
Thank you so
being
much.
part of the conference. Thank you. So guys, hope this has been a good session till now. You guys enjoyed, and then I hope you were able to learn a lot of things because see, guys, there's a very thick line in deciding whether to wipe code or not. Because many a times we think that we should wipe code. Nowadays, like they're having a lot of meme that get everything wipe coded. That's not really the thing. There are much more things. There are decision making done. So don't just to jump on the thing. So before we move on, let's have some of our sponsors things being played.
I think, I don't know, we might be 6 to 12 months away from when the model is doing most, maybe all of what SWEs do end to end, is that we would make models that were good at coding and good at AI research.
Upgrade your skills. Start your journey today. Visit learnaiondemand.com. Explore powerful AI courses and start building real-world projects today. Explore the trainings on Learn AI on Demand. Scan the QR to get started instantly.
Brew, what are you doing? Just scrolling memes, bro. Killing time.
Wasting time again? You could be earning rewards instead.
Rewards? From memes?
No, from the Sharp Rewards app. It's got a quiz feature that boosts your IQ and gives rewards for every correct answer.
Wait, seriously, you get rewards for answering right?
Exactly. Learn and earn, bro. Way better than memes.
That's it. I'm downloading it right now.
Reaching developers takes more than ads. It takes real building, real engagement, and a platform where innovation actually happens. Hack India helps AI and Web3 companies drive developer adoption at scale through hackathons, hands-on building, and deep community reach across India.
From brand visibility to real product activation, Hack India connects companies with the next generation of builders, shaping India's AI and Web3 future.
So, guys, that was awesome. Like we do have some sponsors. Like I talk about Learn AI on demand. So, guys, learning AI like that's part of I would say vibe coding because AI includes prompt engineering. There are other things that have been talked about. So, and then we have Sharp Economy. Sharp Economy is the world's first digital economy which uses blockchain and then which trying to get people on board from the Web3 to the web on board to Web3, like from the Web2 world, where you own what you create and what you see. So yeah, that so till now it has been a great sessions. All the sessions that has been there, the audience has been so great. We still have more than 30K people watching us live. So yeah, let's keep the momentum going. And so the next speaker will be joining us a bit later. So by the time, let's get on with some of the things from my side. Like I do have some things which I can definitely share with you guys, which you guys will enjoy. So guys, are you ready? Yeah. So can I have some of the people say yes? Guys, we have to be cheerful. We have to be cheerful. Okay. Yeah. So let's start. Let's start with what I would say. Okay. Yeah. So let me start. So guys, so yes, Soumya will be joining this the building an AI learning platform using AI. Stay tuned with this. It's a great platform that can be built. Shweta would not, unfortunately, would not be able to join us. So the next session, which will be 11:55 a.m. EST, will be taken by Soumya. Okay, let's get back to the interesting part. So, guys, I'm not sure if how many of you know about Hack India. We did play an intro about Hack India. So, guys, we recently ended the Vibe Coder hackathon, and we do have some of the great Vibe coding tools being built. So, we got our top three finalists. We had So to them, we gave tokens, internship and mentorship. And then we had token certificates and recognition. To get the names of the winners, I would say go and check the Hack India socials. Because if everything I can tell, then what effort will be, guys? Just joking, guys. You can just visit all the social media for the hackathon, Hack India. Hack India has been like insane nowadays. People are coming to us. Like there are a lot of people who like we have a 3.1 million developers and 5,000 colleges, 5,000 plus colleges, which we have reached out to. We have some great hackathons coming. Like this is whiteboard white Web3 hackathon, which we just ended. Like the registration has just ended, and June 28th is the corner, and then you will be having 1 week time for declaring the winner. So this is the official hackathon sponsored by Sharp Economy, which is the uh, world's first AI native Web3 platform, bringing 3 million people from Sharp Corner, from Web 2 to Web 3, and in total 200 million people to Web 3. Okay, then we have a adaption hackathon with where the cash prize is 50K. I definitely would like to participate in this. I think there have been a lot of people who have already participated. Let me see how many people. So 374 teams have already participated. Like they have registered as well. So all the people out there who wants to earn 50K dollars to parts do check it out and participate. I really want you guys to be there because there has to something to challenge. Now, all the like one thing that I've seen is that maximum hackathons nowadays are for technical people. But what about the non-tech people, the marketing people, or the lawyers, or I would say the startup founders? So don't worry. Hack India is the savior for you. So you guys can definitely come and join the AI marketers hackathon. Then we have AI first startup hackathon, which is in September. So do check it out. You guys can definitely have a notify me button enabled. Like you just can have the email with you. And then at the last, we'll be having for the lawyers. Guys, we really don't want to leave the lawyers stone unturned. We want to have everything and everyone to be part of the AI native ecosystem. Then followed by that, we have some of the sparks going on. We have summer of Code Fest. And then we have our Spark 11 going. Then we have the Future Tech Lucknow. So all the Lucknow people who are viewing us, do participate. Get us. We'll be there at GCGRG Group of Institution Lucknow. Then we have the Kumau, that is a MIAT, and then there are more coming. So this is Hack India. So we do plan to have Hack US. So we are working on that. So all the Europe and the US people out there, we are definitely looking forward to definitely on your part thinking on you. So yeah, do participate. You get a chance to earn sharp token. Now, now let me talk about something which can help you. So okay, so we have one of our participant. Not every vibe coder can be developer. Okay. Yes, I definitely agree. Why? I would say +1 from my side. Yes, but a developer can be vibe coder. Right, right. Definitely a vibe. Yes. So all the developers out there, do make sure that you are very curious about things. Now, this is one of the things I'm not sure how many of you really want to participate, but do check out Hack India Learn. Hack India Learn. We are coming up with more things. So, guys, being the vibe coder, as I mentioned before the session, like before Akshay's session, I did mention that one thing that matters a lot is prompting, token usage, and LLMs or the vibe coding tools and everything you what you use. One thing, like suppose, I have ChatGPT and I have Claude, both. Two of the most used tools currently nowadays into the market. So there are many things. Like suppose I go to Claude Code, like so. If you see, like I have been through this whole journey of coding around. So one thing, like one thing that many of the people ask me, like how I move on to the part is that suppose if I talk about, like there is one very important thing, which is to understand that you really can't go and start creating an app. There's much more to that. All the technical people who did study this, what what did you guys study? I'm talking about the SRS and the waterfall model, the agile model, and other things. So there's something as requirement gathering. There's something as functional requirement. There's something as non-functional requirement. For all the people who are not getting this, definitely not an issue. So basically, I'm talking about how you guys can get onto with the real race, which is going all around the corner. You first need to freeze what exactly you want to create. You just don't, like if you need to swim in an ocean, first you learn to swim in a pool and not directly get without any care into the ocean. And then there may be a cases that you may drown. Nobody knows. Maybe you will you will cross the, I would say, English Channel. Nobody knows. But to be sure, like guys, there are people who take risks and there are people who play safe. But there are a third type of people. The third type of people are those who plan and then they go to the battlefield. There's a very famous saying that if you sweat more into the training and the preparation, then you bleed less when you're battling. So that's what I am trying to say, and then that's what I'll be showing you guys. Is that suppose uh, there are something like suppose what I go like I had this going on. So what I said, like I can tell you and take you from the starting of this. So this was, guys, you may see like how much talk I did with the what I did with this clause. I'm concerned about my tokens, but I'm concerned about my time as well. So I gave it, like suppose I had a concern that my file processing and the parsing was not done. So I said pass it through. So first I gave it what I had. So the first rule is give get the LLM, the vibe coding tool, at the situation or at the position at you. on which you are, because you really can't go to a lawyer to get your pankha fixed, or you go can't go to a doctor to say that like my cycle broke, or my like I'm having a ignition problem in my engine. So first get the role specify, first get the role understood by, I would say, the LLM. So first I gave it what I had. Like I had the schema, I had my specifications, then I had something else. Like don't go into deep, but just try to understand. It understood everything. Now, now what happens? Summarize up, guys. You really can't assume that if you gave anything, LLM is like a super genius. It will understand it. You need to cross verify that whether that LLM or the vibe coding tool understood the right thing. Many times it because see, hallucination is always there. If there is a problem, so what happens is that like I can give you an example. Yes, like yesterday, yesterday or day before yesterday, I don't remember exactly, but like I was going through something. Like I was asking about some, like I'm interested in the space and everything. I was asking about Hilbert space or Hilbert curve. Don't go into deep, but so I mentioned in, like when I'm talking to LLM. So what I said, don't hallucinate or don't just make up things. So it did consider that, because what happens is many times it's just predicting anything. So I said summarize what you understood and then give it in a business form. Because see, understanding anything from a business perspective means from a layman perspective is very important. It did understood, and then once I once I'm satisfied that yes, this is what I really wanted, I'll start. Now I said that you need to understand like one, so one level of understanding is done. Now let's go into the second understanding. Then it gets into it, it did take time, and there were a lot of things. Now this is where I start asking it questions. Now, this is once the understanding is done, once I'm satisfied that yes, LLM or the vibe coding tool understood what I wanted, it is at a level that I am, then I ask it. It then got into the context and everything, and then it replied me. Now I am continuously asking it. It's like they're asking it. Now, if you see, like I've not what I said, like if you write, like provide me a cloud design prompt to create a minimal UI. Now, there are two things to this. First, I got the prompt created by the LLM only, because there are cases where, especially in designing, where you may end up not giving it the specification that it needs. So I'm kind of get like playing safe in that part. Secondly, I said create me a minimal UI. Guys, nowadays AI cloud design or whatever the thing you talk about, they are not so super intelligent when it comes to UI. They are, like I'm not saying they are not, but they are. But sometimes you just need to have it a minimal UI. So I got it. That probably gave me a prompt, and then I didn't know the name of the project. I said, you gave me the name. It gave me the name. Then it gave me a like then plot seems to be very costly. So then since I need to, and I don't want to end up spending all my tokens just to do 20%, and then for 80% I need to wait for another 5 hours. So what I did, I got the prompt, sent it to the codex, and then because codex there the cost is less. So there was a study even which said that when you are with the cloud for $20 you get around $7,000 worth of tokens, and with the codex I think you get $14,000 worth of tokens. This is one important thing. One important thing is that what I did. If you read this, ask me corresponding questions one by one. See, I can make it bigger. I said, ask me corresponding questions one by one. Forward. So this is a very crucial part. I am almost done here. Like I have what I wanted, but like there, like when we go to like here in India, we have a concept of a second opinion. Is that suppose there's a doctor, it says that you have a viral. Many people don't believe that. Yes, probably this is something else. So we go to another doctor to get it cross verified, but just for our sake, like maximum time it does it that doubt doesn't have a base, but this is but sometimes it does comes out to be true. So what I did, I followed my instinct. So I said that I have everything. Do one thing is that you be in my place and then you think that what could have been there, and then you ask me questions. Then it did ask me all the questions. Like at that time questions would have come like right now, then like one by one, how do you want to handle it in v1, and then each question I'm answering, then it did summarize it, and then it gave me another thing. So cross questioning what you got is very important. Guys, you need to build a very sophisticated and solid prompt. Like like the last virtual we did was the AI agents conference. There was a person from NVIDIA. I really liked what he said. He said that should my perspective was changed, because earlier I was also just coding and don't I was not spending time understanding the requirement and then talking to a LLM to understand what the pros and what's the cons or what are the hidden features are not there. So that's very important. Now, like since what happens is that since I got to my prompt here, second thing what I did was I got my codex built everything end to end with the prompt. Then what I did is that I gave the same code to Claude to verify. Like it's just that you're like there's something known as a peer testing. In software, we have something known as peer testing. So, like suppose if I am coding, so one of my colleague will be testing my feature. So what happens is that you get another perspective of what exactly the feature is, and then it went on and on and on. There's a very long chat. There are a lot of things that I've been doing in the same chat. So now one like suppose now this is technical, but I'll try to make it non-technical. Like suppose Postgres SQL for people who knows about DB. So it assumes that I have a command installed on my PC. No, I have never installed Postgres. So how could it know? It can only know if I tell it. So many a times do people do think that everything the LLM can handle? No, it's not the case. I'll also show you like when everything can be handled by the LLM. But currently I'm showing you when there is something on the 50-50. Like there was a first session of this Vibe Coder conference. It said co-pilot versus agent. Currently I am on a co-pilot mode. Then I'll go to the agent mode. And now this is everything going on. And like, so okay, so guys, now I'm it's now yes. So then I got a new requirement. Then I followed the same thing. I said that this is what I want, and then it asked me questions. Then it asked me questions. Then I answered, and then it based on that it gave me nothing more. Now, since I have a new requirement, there may or may not be a UI. So I asked it to give me a Claude design code only, and then AI look is there, and yep, that's all. Like then we have another chat like that we can talk later. Now done of the co-pilot mode. So currently we almost went across the co-pilot mode. Now we have what we are saying about the agent mode. So let's go to the agent mode. So in the agent mode, if you see, is that I like there's one platform that me and my team is working. So yeah, that's really a big chat. So see what I did. I got one of the code from one of my colleague of the team, and normally what people will do, they'll dig into it, start and then. So but what I did is that like I don't know if that's a hilarious thing or not, but there were changes that I did yesterday, and then I had a gap. Today I am here, and then tomorrow I have to work again. So I forgot like what changes I did, and so what could be the best thing that I like I would go and then think. Instead of what I said that I saw took the shortest path is that I took it into the change. Like I see there are some changes in the sharpcoder.ai folder. Tell me what they are. Done. Like some tokens are spent, but my time is saved. Time is the ultimate money, guys. Now this is done. Now then I have a feature. I explain it like what I said that you need to have the AI as a LLM at the stage at which you are. So at the same stage you have to be the LLM has to be there. So I gave it the background, everything. It went it to it and then it understood and then it asked me some questions here. Like I answered it. Sometimes I don't know. Like so, guys, one thing that you may see in my prompts is that maximum time what I'm saying is decide for me because guys, if I would have known everything, sir, I would not have been coming to plot. So because I also need to understand what a perspective AI can give me. So it did things, and then when I'm reading what is happening, then sometimes when I'm not agreeing or I'm not in with the same things that AI is talking, I stop it and then say I do this. So it will do it. So I just need a perspective more. So I let it decide, and then it did, and then there was a lot of coding. Then there are some things that it may say that may be harmful. That's definitely. So I say I trust you go because I understand what changes it will be doing, and then it get onto the things, and then it's going and going and going. And then there are more things that has to be done. So guys, this is an agent mode. Agent mode is that I am letting the AI do it, the LLM, the generative AI, and then at the end, like here, like at the end, I'm viewing it and then telling it to do the next task. I'm not part of the whole process, frankly. Like earlier, I was part of each and everything. Now I'm not part. I'm just saying, yes, do it, do it. Some of your prompt, you would see that I say, do it. Because I just want to understand. There are many things which I may not understand, like because everything knowing is not possible for a single person, human. Like so, that's how the things go on, which may get slipped off my mind. AI can get it done. So this was all about cloud, guys. Like hope I've been making sense to you guys. What I like I tried to get it to the niche level and then make you understand. So yeah, now one of the cool thing that I find in Chat GPT is that I can create my own GPT, or a generative pre-trained transformer. guys, don't get confused about this term. It's nothing, just an agent. You just say it's an agent. So I say use latest model. Use latest model is the 5.5 thinking model. And but like this is one of the GPT that I created myself. So guys, I can say tell you like there has been a lot of talks about having your own agent, 100 interns, and then so creating these GPTs is one of the kind of that. Is that here you just talk to it. When you talk to it, it's kind of helping you understand what you have to create. You just type it, it will do it on, and then nothing is that much difficult. So this is the system prompt, and then it's all doing it. So I use it for writing my articles and then creating the images. Like I can show you some. So like yesterday only, like this morning, I was talking to one of my colleague, like how effective and amazing images the ChatGPT is nowadays creating. You guys will be like, I am stunned. Like you guys maybe do try this out. So by the time I'll show the and then I'll just say that write me an article on this and that, and then it will write it. Like suppose I'll say like yes, yesterday only I wrote one of the article which is like how Indians have contributed to the this whole generative AI, LLMs, and everything. So I just said that write an article on crucial contribution of Indians in the field of GenAI and LLMs, and then make sure it should be about Indian research work which played a pivotal role in the field of GenAI. I gave it another condition because because before that, like if you say two by two, earlier it was talking about all the startups and like the other things, but I wanted it to be on research part, so I gave it a special thing, and then it came out with this. So the name of the GPT is Article Builder GPT. It's created by me, Rohit Gupta. And it gives me everything like images is giving, and then this whole research it does over the chat. Oh, and then at the end, I'll say that create me a hero image, and then guys, this is marvelous. Like this is, I would say, because I have seen GPT making so much mistakes, so pathetic mistakes that I really can't tell you. But the level that it has come, it's really out of the world. So let me show you one of the article. Like, and by the way, you can view this Vibe Coder conference on the Shisha corner as well. So yeah, these like suppose these are this is one of the article that I wrote yesterday, role of Hilbert curve in LLM. So that's more of a thing. Not won't go into the deep part. So yeah, it did create an image. It did understood what exactly I'm trying to say. So yeah, that's how and like you see that where at what level AI or GenAI have reached. Like so, if there are some, I would say the people who are involved in content writing or who are copy editors, like there's a job, the name is copy editors. So guys, I say that be aware, AI is all after you. Just be very much thing onto that part. No, like you guys have to update yourself and then level up. So we have some more time by till when by the time our next speaker joins. So do we have anyone for any question or anything? Okay, so I have a question. Okay. I wanted to ask, do you use Python to code? Yes. So guys, like my first language or my favorite language is Python, but I like since I work in a corporate, so there you don't really understand, like can't go with your intuitions. So for vibe coding, I do work with Next.js, but when I have to write code myself or when I have to build something for myself, I definitely go to Python, Django, Flask, and there's a lot of things. So, and then all go to thing, I would say. So yeah, I think I have set up a lot of things. Hope you guys understood. Hope you guys were able to get and get on with me. And like I said that you need to have your LLM at the same level. Now you guys are at the same level. So we have our next speaker, Mr. Soumya. So let's have some of sponsors say something to us.
AI is speeding up software. But when leaders can't see the code, risk moves faster. The code registry helps you know your code, verify what matters, and fix risk before it spreads. For CEOs, CTOs, investors, and consulting teams, software risk is business risk. Know your code. Reduce risk. Scan to explore the code registry.
Reaching developers takes more than ads. It takes real building, real engagement, and a platform where innovation actually happens. Hack India helps AI and Web3 companies drive developer adoption at scale through hackathons, hands-on building, and deep community reach across India.
From brand visibility to real product activation, Hack India connects companies with the next generation of builders, shaping India's AI and Web3 future.
Okay, so okay, so let's get Mr. Soumya on stage. Yes,
Hey, Rohit.
how are you doing?
I'm good. I'm good.
Enjoying the
Can you hear me
conference?
perfectly?
And yep, right, everything. Yeah, so the stage is yours, Soumya.
Awesome. Let me share my screen. All right. I hope the screen is visible. Yeah. Awesome. I'll get started. So, hey everyone. Firstly, thanks for having me. Today, I wanted to talk about something a little meta, right? Building an AI-powered learning platform using AI to help you build it, right? I know this is a Vibe Coder conference, so I won't just show you screenshots of a product. I want to give you the principles I learned while actually shipping one. The honest version. Uh, because AI coding makes building fast, but speed is not the hard part. The hard part is knowing what to build and designing the loops that make your AI better over time. I feel that's the most important thing. So, over the next 10 to 15 minutes, I'll walk you through my experience building context, which is an AI-powered learning platform that was building, and put out 3 principles that you can take to your own projects, companies, or in whatever capacity you're coding. Let me go to the next slide. So, quick intro, so that you know where I'm coming from. I was the founder of Context, which is an AI and education company where I built an AI-powered learning platform where professors can create courses, and since we have data on each learner, we can personalize learning for them. And today, I am also a full stack engineer at Wand AI. So it's a startup we are building in the future of workspace. I joined them after I closed Context. And on the side, I'm also venture scout for Evor. We are an accelerator based in Europe. We're always looking to fund the most ambitious and the most talented founders. We're writing checks of 500K for 7%. We are the most selective fellowship in the world. So if you're also someone building something cool, reach out to me. Always happy to fund and support really smart early stage founders. So here's the thesis of the whole talk in one line, right? Vibe coding is not about typing prompts faster. So 2 years ago, the bottleneck was, can you build it? Now that's basically gone. Any of you in this room can stand up a working app this weekend. So the leverage moves somewhere else. It moves to what I believe in 3 things. One, problem first. Starting with the real problem and planning before you build. Because code is now the cheap part. Coding is very simple and easy because AI has become so good at it. Every day there's a new model coming out, and AI coding just keeps getting better and better. I mean, just a year ago versus today, it's a difference of light and day. Second, having closed feedback loops. So what I mean by that is designing the system so your AI learns from real usage and gets better over time. And third, thinking beyond prompting. The best AI products are about systems and data, uh, not the one with just prompts. Yes, prompts is important, but as AI has evolved, it's not everything. So I'm going to tell you the context story about how I used AI to help me build this AI powered learning platform. And I'll keep coming back to these 3 threads slash principles. Okay, principle 1, and which I feel that matters the most. Start with the problem. This is Startups 101. If you've watched all those Y Combinator videos, you kind of know it's always starting with the problem. See what problem you face or what problems users face, and then build according to that. Plan and build according to that. So, because the biggest mistakes us engineers make, which I made a lot of times while building my startup, was we just jump into coding, we just jump into building. And now that building has become so easy, I think it's an even bigger problem. So because vibe coding makes it dangerously easy to skip the planning part or the problem part, because one prompt and you have an app working. So when building is frictionless, the temptation is to open your editor and start generating. So treat this like a startup, not a hackathon demo. The plan is the product. So let me show you what that looked like for us when we were building context. So here's the problem I had obsessed over without even touching code. So education does not scale to the individual. First, professors are buried. Building and updating a course takes weeks. So let me take a step back and also try to tell you about what I meant by this and what we were building. So like I said, we had an AI powered learning platform where a professor can create courses with the help of AI, right? So building a course takes a lot of time. If you're someone who's taught or if you've spoken to professors who teach at schools or colleges, you would understand how tough it is to come up with an entire curriculum and build a course based on whatever knowledge materials you had. So uh, problem is when you try to build and update a course, it takes weeks, and by the time the course is done, there's zero time left to personalize anything for individual learners. And second, you have one course and many learners. The same lecture gets delivered identically to 100 people who all have completely different backgrounds and gaps. Third, and this is like the most crucial one, there's no feedback signal. Teachers can see where each learner is actually stuck, so the system never adapts. Notice that I haven't mentioned AI once yet. That's the point. We fell in love with the problem first. The vibe coding lesson here is that's why spend your first day in the problem, not in the code base. And here we identified that the problem was uh, professors were not able to update their course in real time, and that's how we were using AI to help with it. Now, here's what we actually built, right? A professor would upload their existing materials, notes, slides, readings, books, case studies, research papers, anything that they have, and then AI generates the entire course structure uh, and the content, the modules, even assessments. So whatever used to take weeks, then started taking minutes. So in just a few minutes, you have entire course structure and content. But, and this is the whole philosophy, the human stays in the driver's seat. What we wanted to preach, and our approach was that AI is not there to replace professors. Rather, AI is there to help and supplement professors. And I think that's one principle of, when you're building an application, when you're vibe coding in an application, you should keep in mind that whoever you're building it for, build it as a supplement for them. It should be a co-pilot. It should be something that's giving them superpowers. And that's what we went when we were building. Our approach was that we were giving AI superpowers to professors and not replacing them. And I feel that's the biggest use case of AI. If you're building any kind of AI application for anyone, that how you can use AI to supplement or to augment whatever they're building. And that was the approach we took, and that's why our tool was being adopted so very well, because professors love that they were not replaced, but hey, we are using AI and helping them enhance what they already do. So this is principle 2 in action. On the professor side, like I mentioned, AI did not take over. It was a superpower handed to the teacher. On the left, this is what AI brought: speed. It drafts the full course in minutes, generates content and assessments, and flags where learners seem to be struggling. Now, on the right, and this is the part where many teams or people who are coding get wrong, the professor keeps the wheel, so they can edit or reject anything AI proposes. That's to choose assessments that are personalized or not. They choose whether AI grades the word or wherever they grade it themselves. Now, why does this matter so much? Because when you're building an AI application, something that people forget about, because we are engineers, right? We care about building something cool, something that people can use. But one of the biggest bottlenecks outside of the AI bubble is that people don't trust AI. So you have to, when you're trying to build an app, when you're trying to vibe code something, when you're trying to build with AI, and you're building AI, is how you can build such an application or a product that people can trust. And that's the most important thing, because in this case, for example, for us, educators will not adopt a black box that grades their students without consent. Imagine a learning platform or a platform that's built for professors where AI is just grading, and it's not providing an explanation. The professors don't have control over what's being graded. So that's the biggest thing we tried to come over, where we provided a lot of transparency. We built such an AI that people can trust. And I think that's something a lot of people who vibe code, because I host hackathons, so I see a lot of people building and vibe coding applications. They don't keep that in mind. So keep the product in mind first. Think about what kind of product you're building and how you build it. The user experience, the AI, everything around it should be in such a way where people are able to trust the product, trust the answers that the AI is giving. Because the moment people start trusting it, the adoption increases. And if they don't, even if your product is really good, even if your AI performs incredibly well, even if it crosses all the benchmarks, people are not going to adopt it. People are just going to drop off. People are going to reject the tool because there's no trust. Now, to make human and control concrete, here are the three switches that the professors owned when we built this product. So, AI never flipped on its own. Course creation. So, for example, AI drafted everything, but nothing was shipped without a humanness. So, we always had a human in the loop. And I feel that's important when you're building any kind of AI application. Keep in mind that how you can have a component where the human, your end user, your ICP, is in control of what you're building. Because the moment you have that, people are going to have automatic trust, both the person using or paying for the product and the end user. Like in this case, the person using or paying for the product were the professors, and the people or the ICP that was using the product were students. And both had trust because there was always a human in the loop. And I think that's the biggest thing you should keep in mind. And how we did that is any kind of course creation, personalized assessment, or AI grading that we had in our platform was controlled uh, by the professor, right? Yes, AI generated everything. AI gave them ideas. AI gave them the content, but it was the professor, the human, who gave the final stamping, the final approval. And if you, when you're building AI applications with the help of AI, you have to make sure that how in the product experience you can involve human in the loop, so that people have more trust on the product, on the outputs being generated by AI. Now, from the learner side, right, just to give you some more example, this is where the magic kind of actually showed up for students. Because we had data on each individual learners, personalization wasn't a bonus feature, it was the default experience. So we had like adaptive learning, content got reordered and repaced around what the person already knew. When someone got stuck, the system surfaced the missing prerequisite instead of just pushing the next slide, and it got better the more you used it. So every interaction taught it more about the specific learner. So the big idea that I'm trying to convey through this slide is that 100% class effectively became 100 one-to-one courses at the cost of one. And that's the kind of leverage AI can do right now. Is when you're building AI applications, I think you should always think about that how you can personalize it, because personalization and democratization is the biggest uh, you know uh, feature that AI can provide. And I feel a lot of people who are vibe coding or who are building AI products are not thinking about from that aspect. They are building a product that could be used for certain users or for a certain group, but you should think about how each individual is going to use a product. Because if you're building AI for or an AI product for someone, each learner, or in this case each user, is totally different, right? And the more information or data you have on the user, you can personalize the product experience. Doesn't matter what you're building a marketing website, you're building a travel website, or you're building an education website like I've done. Uh, if you have enough data on the learner, you should then think about how you can personalize the experience for each individual user of your platform. Now, principle two is, but that's really the heart of the talk, build the closed feedback loop. This is the single thing I see people miss when they build AI apps using AI. They ship a feature that calls a model, that calls an API. It works on day one, and it's exactly as good as, let's say, on day 90, and it never improves. And I feel the biggest crux is that a good AI product should get better every single time someone uses it. So this is something I want ev- every vibe coder, every engineer to think about when you're building an application, is how more and more the people use it, and the more and more you keep building it, that the AI and the product gets better. If And that can only happen if you have a closed system loop. And let me show you an example. So here's the loop we had for context for our AI powered learning platform. It was simple. A learner asks, they answer, they skip, they learn, they struggle, they reread. And every one of those interactions was captured as a signal. So every interaction that a learner was performing on our application, on our software, we were updating that, and we would using it as training data. And then that signal updates the model understanding of that specific learner. And then that makes this next session sharper. So which makes them act more, which generates more data round and round and round. So we had this entire closed loop where a learner comes, they learn something, they struggle on something, they attempt a quiz, they fail a quiz, or they pass a quiz. Every interaction, every score was recorded in our database, and we were using RAG to make it happen. And I feel this is something you have to think about, that anytime you're building an AI application, anytime you're engineering one, think about how you can keep improving it, how you can get more data on the learners, and keep improving your models, keep improving your product experience, keep improving the answers that AI models provide. And now that can happen multiple ways. You're either training your own models, or you're building a data store of each and every interaction and each and every learner, and then that's fed to whatever AI models you're calling. It could be Anthropic, it could be OpenAI's models, and then the answers get better because you're recording each conversation, you're recording each interaction, getting more data, and the more data is fed to these models and trained on, the interaction, the experience gets better and better and better. And lastly, I want to talk about that AI is not about prompting anymore. Uh, on the left is the prompting mindset, where a lot of people are stuck on, hunting for the perfect prompt, one shot. There's no memory provided, no context provided, and you can keep getting the same output forever. And it's trivially easily for anyone to copy, because imagine this: if you're building an application and your entire moat about your product is just a prompt, then sorry to say that it's going to get copied very easily, and I'm sure there will be someone who will build a better AI product than you. So the moat, or the thing that can make you unique, is a systems mindset, which is where real products live, right? You have data, you have context and memory per user, and the more you build on top of it, your AI systems keep getting better, and you're able to build an entire system around it. Because think about it, some of the best AI companies in the world, like Harvey, Perplexity, and all these companies that have been there and that were early in the AI race, they still exist and they're doing really well and they have billion-dollar valuations. Is, yes, maybe the product at the start was pretty simple, but as they kept building and building, they kept building systems. They understand, they got a lot of data, they got context, they got memory about the users, about the systems, and it made the AI models better and better and better. And it was not about prompts anymore. It was about building those workflows that were specific for their users. And that's why today these are billion-dollar companies, because they thought in systems, not prompts. And let me kind of get concrete about vibe coding itself, because AI genuinely is able to write a lot of code and has been writing a lot of code. I haven't touched code in a while, I'll be very honest. So the four habits that kept the speed from turning into chaos: one was plan. I think planning is very important. I wrote the specs first, myself and the entire team, and the data model in plain English before generating anything, because a clear plan steers the AI far more than clever prompting. Second, you know, build in small verifiable steps. Ship thin slices you can actually check. Don't try to prompt or build the entire website in one go. Uh, do it in steps. Do it feature by feature, and then bring everything together. I feel doing it in this kind of segmented approach uh, fetches you farther better results than trying to build everything in one shot. Because if you try to let the AI generate the entire system, you're going to have a lot of gaps. Then you'll have to keep reviewing. You'll have a lot of bugs that come up, and it's just not going to help. Third, you have to be the architect. AI is really good at coding. AI is also becoming good at planning, but I feel you should still be the puppet master. You should be the one in control. You should be the one that's uh, you know architecting the entire system, instructing AI, okay, do this, do that. And then, because once you architect and make a proper plan, AI then is able to write these lines, but you kind of own the structure. And fourth, please verify, because I feel like a lot of people don't verify and test their outputs. I've done that. When I was new to vibe coding and AI coding, I was just building blindly, and I was kind of not really looking at the outputs. And then eventually in the future, I would find out a lot of bugs, and then I would spend days fixing those. So at each and every step, verify what you're building. So let me kind of compress everything into three traps which I watch people fall into when they build AI with AI. Trap one is building before thinking, because since coding is frictionless now, you skip the problem. But the plan is still the hardest and the most valuable part. That hasn't changed, and I'm very confident it will never change. Trap two, you stop at the prompt. Please don't stop at the prompt. Working prompt feels like you're done, but you're not. The system and the data around it is your actual product. And the third trap is that there's no feedback loop. People ship a model, people ship a feature that's frozen. that's there and is also still being used 2 months or 3 months down the line. It doesn't get better. But building AI products is about how you can make the entire loop or the entire system better. So finally, I would like to say, like, there are three things I would want you to take home or keep in your mind. Is that one, problem first, plan before you build. Coding is the cheap part now. Your judgment is about what's worth building. Second, close the loop, right? Design how your AI learns from real usage, right? Try to get as much data, try to feed the AI with as much data as you can. And that compounding loop is kind of your moat. And third is try to go beyond prompting. Prompting is just one part. Prompting had its time back in 2023. Now it's not about just prompting anymore. Try to build a system and data more. Try to build your own workflows. And that will kind of take you from just an MVP to a real product that people want to pay for. Because ultimately, yes, we are vibe coding, we are building products for the fun of it. But hey, ultimately, you would want people to actually use it and pay you for it. So I'll leave you with this: that AI is the superpower, but you're still the one who decides. Um, you're the one who has the superpower. So AI is like your co-pilot. AI is not taking you over. AI is not going to replace you. I feel a lot of people think about and worry that AI is going to replace engineers. I believe no. AI is going to help and augment engineers a lot of what they're already doing, and it's just going to make us better and better. But we should be on top of how AI can be used and can be made better. So yeah, with that, that's the end of my presentation, and thank you so much for listening to this talk. I hope you all took some valuable insights from it. Thank you.
Hey Soumya, how are you?
I'm good, Mesh. How are you?
All right, good. Great session. I was listening in the little second half of it. Awesome. Thank you for coming here and supporting us and sharing your wisdom.
Thank you. I appreciate it, and I hope people had a good time. And once again, kudos to you and the entire team for making this happen. You'll I don't know how you'll do it, but you'll somehow make such big conferences happen. So congrats on
No,
that.
it's all great. Yeah, 27,000 people watching. This is crazy. This is much bigger than I thought initially. We didn't think that many big numbers. Looks like people
Yeah.
are need more learning vibe coding. I think Twitter is putting us in number one right now. So we are on Twitter, and looks like YouTube is doing amazing also.
Oh
Where are you
wow.
based?
I'm based in New York.
Oh, nice. I'm in Philadelphia, but I'm in New York every Wednesday, Thursday.
Oh wow. Okay, we should definitely
Yeah.
meet up then whenever you're
Yeah,
here.
let's definitely connect on LinkedIn and meet up.
Yeah, sounds
Um,
good.
yeah, I'm usually there on Wednesdays, Thursdays. Yeah, it's a lot of people in New York. It's like it's a we need to meet more.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Yeah. All right. Thank you so much. Appreciate it, Soumya. And
All right.
oh, by the way, we have a AI agents conference coming up in August. Would love to bring you back.
Oh yeah, for sure. Would love that.
Yeah. All right. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Thank you so much, guys. Take care. Bye
Bye
bye.
bye. All right, Rohit, you want to come in? This is great. This was our last session, correct? And now we are done for the day, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so amazing work. Hey guys, you everybody who's watching, this has been more than 5 hours. We live stream to thousands of people watching around the world, and learn a lot of things about vibe coding and how people are building, what people are building. Can I be a vibe coder, Piyush? Yes, 100%. Vibe coder is anybody can be a vibe coder. The idea with vibe coder, what is vibe coder? Vibe coder is the you building a software, writing code without knowing coding. You just talk to AI, you just ask questions, you just discuss with AI, and one of two of the hiccups may be that you need to learn how to then build and deploy your application. That you probably need to learn with somebody who has done that, because some of the vibe coding tools will ask you what is GitHub. If you don't know GitHub, you have to learn that a little bit. It's not a lot of learning. Yeah. So correct. Every developer can be a vibe coder. They should be. They're not already. That's a problem. Yes. All right. So Sarthak, we can bring few more people in the end, but I think Rohit, you want to add something else?
No, definitely. Like it was awesome time for the like 5 hours of vibe coding. And as I mentioned, like Piyush is already a vibe coder. He has learned a lot of what to do, what not to do by attending the vibe coder conference. And he'll be learning definitely more by attending the rest 2 days, like day 2 and day 3. That has much more things to come up. And yeah.
Okay. All right, everyone. Thank you so much for watching, hanging out with us. Rohit, Tomar, and every team, thank you for staying behind the scene, being the producer. That's a lot of work. Deepak is not here. Looks like Deepak is great job. We also have everybody who's helping, supporting, joining on social media. Everybody, shout out to everyone who has shared us on social media, on their personal social media. Again, this is 2 more days, 2 more days to come. You do share with your friends that, hey, this is conference going on. You should go there and learn. So try to share with more and more people, more and more friends. And let's finish this with a nice music. Which music should we play? Same one. We only have one right now. We can only play this one. So let's finish with this. Everybody, thank you so much for day one. And we will see you tomorrow, 7 a.m. Eastern time.
Move your body, take it slow, take it slow. Hands up high, we're touching skies. Can't stop now, it's doable.